Okay. Um, I was left to my own devices for too long. We have every class other than Lancer and Rogue up to 50. Which means that we have every job that we have unlocked up to 50. I have also got Carpenter up to 50, and we're not far off with Blacksmith. And I leveled Fisher a bit, and leveling Fisher got me the Major General minion, who is just an adorably dumb fuck. And I love him. He is my son. I also did a bunch of hunts. So many, in fact, that we have some armor. And from hunts, you also get Tomes of Poetics. So I was able to get the matching weapon. But it's not just for one class. I have the Allied Seals armor for every class. Oh, I also got the gloves. I don't think I had those last time. And I now, as of just before the stream, I have the helmet, but I've just not added it to the glamour plate yet. But yeah, we also have the Gloam Tabard stuff and the Auroral stuff. I just don't have all of the weapons, because the weapons need Tomes of Poetics, which currently I'm not able to farm very easily, aside from hunts, whereas the armor set is very cheap and just takes the seals for hunts. So yeah, we've unlocked a lot of shit. How you doing, Logic? I don't think I've got anything great to show on anything else. So, we need... Let's do Rogue first, which means heading to the Fisherman's Guild. And we're gonna unlock... We're gonna go until we can unlock Ninja. Then we're gonna go and do Dragoon, or Lancer, until we can unlock Dragoon. So that then we're at the same point with every class. I'm then going to focus on the story. The idea being that we can play as Ninja and Dragoon to get the MSQ experience to level those up to 50, or at least help to level those up to 50. I didn't want to get every single class up to 50, because that kind of would have been boring, just steamrolling fucking everything too much. You're sick as fuck. Ah. That's poopy butts. It's been a little minute since I actually played Rogue. Alright. Let's get started. You're sick as fuck. I'm all alone. Nefa's gone off for a work trip. So long stream. I've already eaten dinner. I may end up having to order more dinner later, but I've already eaten, so let's fucking go. Oh, thereafter. I must say, you're looking comfortable enough with those stabbers of yours. Aye, I reckon you're good and ready for your first assignment. Ordinarily, I'd stow my wits and let you get on with your work, but seeing as we only just dragged you into the shadows, there might be a couple of things you ain't yet familiar with. Let's build on what you likely do know, and that's the fact that the Admiral, God bless her souls, has outlawed piracy in Limsa Laminsa. So why do you think there's still so many sudden pirates in this town? I'll tell you why. It's because there's still one way for him to loot and pillage without incurring the wrath of the law. All you need do is apply to serve the Thalassocracy as a certified privateer. A captain with a privateer's license is free to terrorize the seas till the all go to come home, so long as he only targets vessels what belong to the Garlean Empire. Of course, considering how bloody vast the Empire is, that's plenty of looting to go around. Crews fill their holds with Imperial plunder, then sail back here to Limsa to offload the spoils. And that's where this particular case went sour. See, this one crew got their fambles on a Magitech device, a firing mechanism to be precise, but was ripped out of their haul by some heavy-handed coves. If you'll recall, that don't sit well with the code. If you're bold enough to rook a pirate out of his due, then you'd best be prepared for a visit from the rogues. Oh, and speaking of visiting rogues, Underfoot, over here, lad. It's always a fucking lala. I want the pair of you working together on this. Pass sentence on them code-defying rooks and bite back that Magitech part. Eh? What's the last need me for? You're in charge of new recruits, ain't you? It's After's first assignment. You're to go along and give her the benefit of your wisdom. Since when was I in charge of new... bugger it. So I guess we're to be partners for the now. The name's Perimu Horomo, but most of my fellows call me Underfoot. You might seem a touch reluctant, but Perimu's one of our best. You just do as he says and you'll get the job done. Alright then, young rogue. Seeing as this is your first official outing, I want to be sure your dance steps are up to the task. With them short blades, you need to get in good and close to your mark, aye? But we ain't bleeding swads in shining armour, and the lighter kit we wear ain't much protection from a click to the gan. So, if you don't fancy spitting blood and teeth, your best defence is simply not being there when your mark winds up to land a nasty clout. Sliding round to a flank usually does the trick, but there's some rum fun every rogue should master, the Shade Shift. Clear your mind and trust in your speed, and you can leave an axe-wielding brute or spell-flinging mage chasing your shadow while you bury your stabbers in his gut. Right, now it's time for you to put your lesson into practice against some of those Aurelae out in Lower Lenosha. Hope you was paying attention, lass, because those tentacles can pack a wallop. Enjoy. Oh, so in my leveling, I farmed the event some. So we have the Bomb Pelican mount, which honestly, I wouldn't have gotten it from the event if it wasn't just, it's cheaper. Because that's a reward for completing the Kobold Beast Tribe quests, and basically maxing out their relationship. It's a good mount, I like it, but it costs like 120k, and I already had the tombstones. I also got the Titania Barding, thinking about it. Jim Contendies is going to be a beautiful woman at Mardi Gras. When do you get Death Blossom? 38. Jesus. Didn't realize that was so late. But yeah, so I'm still gonna do more hunts because, like I was saying before, it's just one of the best ways to get a shit ton of Aetheryte tickets quite quickly. Oh, thinking about other things that we should do. Yeah, we should go and see our squadron. Because I'm going to do most of this off stream, but the squadron is a requirement to get the last 2 ranks that are currently available with the Grand Company. And basically, it's a squadron of up to 8 people. I honestly, I need another tank and another healer. So, no. But yeah, you can send them on missions and you can train them. They're better. There's the helmet. So now I should be able to change. Which one is it? 7? 7. Yeah! We've got a mech. There, you can train them and send them on missions. Once you have a full party of 8, you can train whilst they're on a mission, or whilst you have another group on a mission, or you can send them on 2 missions. And they have all these different Yeah, I'm not going to be able to hit that. But I may as well send them off because the experience is good. So it costs company seals to send them off, but then they get experience. That levels them up so that then they can take on harder missions. As they level up, they also gain abilities and chemistry and shit like that, which basically means, oh, when I'm sent on a mission with people of all different races, I get more powerful in this stat. And generally it's that the physical DPS have high physical ability. Mental ability is for spellcasters, and tactical ability is for ranged. So I think I'm probably going to want to swap one of these archers out at some point, but we can deal with that once I've got more going on here. But I've sent them off, right? No? Did I not? I thought I had. Okay, deployed. So that's going to take 18 hours. But in the meantime, I can also do this, which is going to impact like a boost to all of their stats, which you can then allocate out as needed. It also helps them level up if they're not taking part in missions, which is fine. A little bit of fisherman. Yeah, I'm gonna do that off stream. We're not gonna get distracted with it, but just know that will be going on eventually. I think it might be after they reach a certain level, or after I unlock the next rank with the Grand Company, I can take them into dungeons and basically run a dungeon with them as the NPCs, but they get experience from it. So it might come down to me eventually just doing a shit ton of that to level them up. Done with your practice then? The sting of them tentacles. I don't want to be a part of the novice network right now. It's so busy, or at least it is on Omega. Done with your practice then. The sting of them tentacle buggers will soon teach you to stay on your toes, eh? Now that we've got your blood rushing, I'd say it's time to get down to work. First things first, we need to track down the adult coves that rooked that Magitech gadget. Might be as one of our rogues has heard something. The guild thrives on information, you see, and we've got agents scattered far and wide with their glazes keen and their wattles to the ground. Let's pay us a visit to Ituluan at the Drowned Wench. Ask her for a weak ale and see what she gets you. I'm not setting you up for a laugh, lass. Trust me. The fact that this is written to have like a piratey thieves' cant accent is fucking me up, because I want to do a voice, but I won't be able to be consistent with it. Because originally he was coming across as Irish, and now, fuck knows. Hey, Ittle one. Welcome to the Drowning Wench. What's your pleasure, miss? Never in all my days. We may serve some cheap grog in the wench, but naught that was watered down. If our usual ale is too bold for your taste, mayhap you'd like to order from the underground menu? Aye, there's quite a lot on offer for a customer with your roguish charms. Was there something in particular I could help you with? Ah, the trouble over that Magitech loot. 'Twas not a subtle job. The gang in question is an unusual group of former pirates calling themselves the Dainty Demolishers. They seem to be enamoured of court dandy mannerisms and have a preference for seizing Garlean machinery. They're also known for conspiring with goblins. Rumour says that the Demolishers visit a beastman camp in Middle of the Ocean to fence their goods. And those goods generally take the form of Imperial technology. I imagine the goblins were rather pleased to take possession of a Mark XLIII anti-aircraft cannon firing mechanism. If you mean to steal the device back, then the trail leads to the goblin camp in Summerford. Summerford, eh? On your way, lass. Meet me across the river from the camp and we'll plan our next move. I really just don't need to teleport. Middle. Let's move that back over here. I had the map over there for when I was doing front lines. Get your noggin down after. I've been snilching the action across the way there. No sign of the Demolishers, but I did see one of them gambler coves stuffing the Garlean gadget into his backpack. I knew Little One would steer us, alright? This is your chance, lass. Clout that gambling gobby and grabble that device. I've lost track of which gob it was, but I'm thinking it's the sod on the left. Just make sure you dance away from any bomb blasts. Twisting and dodging in the middle of a fireball might not save you from getting your eyebrows singed off. I think we're going to be okay. Call it a halt. so hard. That's the way, lass. There was naught for me to do but sit on my dawdles and watch. So, you got the goods then? Aye, this is the device and no mistaking. Let's get it back to the guild, eh? We still owe them demolisher bastards $1,000,000, but they'll keep for the now. Here, you should be the one to deliver the prize to Jack. It was your hand that snatched it out of the goblin's paws, after all. Captain, I say, some fiend has perpetrated violence upon a goblin colleagues whilst we sought but to wet our throats with fine libations. This will not stand, Captain. Our finely filched loot has been pilfered from under our noses. Blast and bother. My blood boils and bubbles at the temerity of this affront. I know not the identity of these audacious buffoons, but they shall be made to pay, and pay dearly. With me, my fine fellows. Huzzah! A man of quality. I was hearing some voices. I closed the window. Oh yeah, that's the bomb pelican mount. I think it's my favorite out of the A Realm Reborn tribes. Though I am quite a fan of the mounts that you get from the expansions. You're looking to head inside. You managed to grapple that firing mechanism yet? Ah, still in one piece too. You've done well for your first assignment, lass. Don't look like much, but that crew put their lives on the line to cloy this here bauble. Bauble? Bauble? Bauble. They'll be pleased to see it snatched back from the Ruffmans. We've yet to do for the dainty demolishers, Jack. The job ain't over. You're right underfoot, it ain't. You break the code, you face the consequences. Oh, so this is not all what I expected from inside of a convent. And who might you be, sirs? Your ignorance is understandable. After all, our schemes are always perfect. Our heists impeccable. Shall I reveal our infamous name and drink in your delicious terror? We are deadly, dastardly, and dictionally devilish. Quail before the dainty demolishers. Captain, I say, there's the louse who misappropriated our merchandise. I concur. She is the selfsame simpleton who we trailed unnoticed to this very establishment. Surprise, surprise. Now, my dear dandies, let us not be unpleasant. We should endeavour to resolve this distastefulness without resorting to insults or other less diplomatic methods. At least not yet. You there, yes, the clean-cheeked errand boy. Be a good fellow and fetch me your superior. One of your colleagues has committed a terrible crime against us, and we shall not be leaving until the proper restitution has been paid. Oh ho ho! An errand boy now, am I? Tell me, Captain, just what kind of place do you think this is, then? Huh? This place? Why, I suppose it's some manner of convent. A wide-eyed doorman named it the Dutiful Sisters of the Edelweiss, or some such. And you've yet to realise your mistake. Your fate was sealed the moment you dragged your sorry quarren across the threshold. Are you threatening me, boy? I'll have my fellows cut out that impudent tongue. We've exhausted our reserves of dainty today, lads. Show these fraudulent sisters how the demolishers deal with upstarts. You still don't understand, do you? There are but three sorts of culls what the doorman will let pass. Clients, recruits. God, spit. I'll kill you all! Didn't your mum teach you not to interrupt a lady when she's talking? You'd have learned that the third sort of cull is a bollocks for brains mark what marches himself right into the rogue's den. Rogues? But we were so careful. I'd heard tales in my pirate days. Stories about the merciless wraiths who uphold the code. They weren't called rogues back then, though. The upright thieves they were, the knives in the shadows. You can't be them. You're just trying to scare me. Well, the captain of the dainty demolishers is not so easily cowed. To the hells with your deceptions. Huzzah! Huzzah for my fallen comrades! Deceptions? Aye. Anyone you meet could be a rogue, Captain. Even a clean-cheeked errand boy. He's still breathing. Find some rope and string him up someplace in town. And now, the job's done. Quite an introduction you had there, eh? Welcome to Limsa Laminza's ever-churning underbelly, where the thieves shed their skins and become rogues. I'm not much for discussing the old days, but since it's come up, I might as well clear up the confusion. It was back when piracy was at its peak. The coves, what protected the code, were dimber dambers, the best lads and lasses to be had from among the pirate crews. They bit back the goods what was wrongly bitten, and came for the guilty under cover of darkmans. Upright thief became the title for these coves, what dealt in sanctioned stealing and milling. But it was only those that had cut all ties with the Buccaneer's life what was accepted into the ranks, conflicting loyalties and all that. They formed their own guild and even their own way of speaking, and what was once pirates were pirates no more. Later on, when Merlwyb took the Admiral's chair, the upright thieves agreed to abide by her laws. We became the Rogues Guild to mark the change and altered our recruiting policy to accept adventurers like yourself. But although the title's different, the job remains the same. Uphold the code and preserve the underground society what spawned us. Just as you've done with this assignment. Keep up the good work. You'll go far in the shadows. Fine evening to you. And a fine evening it is for a spot of work, wouldn't you agree? This time round, it seems some eager buccaneers scampered aboard a local merchantman and made off with a shipment of muskets. Now, seeing as it ain't lawful to cloy from a limited vessel to begin with, the Yellow Jackets fell upon them daft coves before their boots were even dry. Aye, they caught the pirates right there on the docks, but the stolen boomsticks was nowhere to be found. Fenced in a longboat deal, I'm thinking. That's when our guild was officially contracted to retrieve the goods, which weren't really needful since the code would have had us on the job anyways. You don't bite the purses of your fellow Laminsons and all that. So, this is your assignment, Minati lass. Find out where them weapons went and bite that shipment back. Seeing as the cutters has hit what merchantmen are already rotting in irons, you needn't rush in with your stabbers a-stabbing. I want this job handled quick and quiet, and I have the perfect partner to show you how it's done. Bun Bun and Catgirl. This here's Vikebi the Stray. Ain't no other rogue what can match her in the arts of skulking. A pleasure. There's some problem, Vikebi. You seem a bit out of sorts. I'm bloody starving! I had one of them finger sandwiches set aside. You know, those egg-filled tasties they make at the Bismarck. When I got back from my work, it was bloody gone. Oh. Was Vikebi's? I thought it was Underfoot's. Well, you just head out on your job and I'll see what I can't turn up that missing sandwich by the time you return. Alright, Jack. And one more little detail you should know. Them muskets was meant for the Yellow Jackets' armory. So once all is bob, you can hand the goods to one of their cults directly. We can start whenever you're ready. I had a colleague keeping a wattle out for aught that might help us, so I suggest you have a few words with her first. You'll find her at the higher line, posing as a fishmonger. I am not doing a very good job with the dialogue here, am I? Hello there, miss. We've carp and trout, lobster and shrimp. But I hear tell you've been looking for a special breed of fish. The long, shiny kind, what bark will put a bloke on its arse. We don't sell that kind here, but you might try 'em foreign merchants. What was they called again? Ah, traders of edge. They hail from the South Sea Isles and are known for dealing all types of nasty spitters and cutters. I should warn you, these folk ain't one for questioning the source of their merchandise. In fact, they seem more than happy to pay for goods what come from below decks, so to speak. But if you're still keen to get your hands on those rare fish, then you best hurry. The edge merchant what's visiting Limpses looking to load up and leave the city afore long. Just how he means to transport his goods remains a mystery though. What with all the hired blades he's got nursing his operation, it makes it hard for a girl to get close enough to eyeball the competition it does. I'll be sure to keep an eye peeled on your behalf, but it might be as you can learn a little more from the folk round town. Where is Vikebi? Oh, she's there. Traders of Edge, eh? Well, if one of their merchants was staying in the city, then someone will know something to point us in the right direction. The trick is to listen without being seen. You'd be surprised at how culls will cackle when they think no one else is about. We'll focus on places what see plenty of traffic. You can have the Bismarck, the ferry docks and the East Hawkers Alley. I'll try my luck at a few other spots. Then meet you in front of the guild when I'm done. Remember, keep hidden, keep quiet, and keep your wattles open. I will see what I can do. Whereabouts? Ah. The sneer on that customer's face. Does he think I can command the skillet to cook more swiftly just to meet his pressing departure schedule? I don't know how things are done in the South Seas, but here in Limsa Laminsa, folk appreciate the fine cuisine cannot be rushed. Come now, Dove, you must not speak ill of patience. Now, what was next on my list? Ah, another finger sandwich for the dutiful sisters. Someone there must be rather fond of eggs. To the docks! Sneaky, sneaky. Sneaky, sneaky. Riranasu appears distraught, approaching while cloaked. Curse my sense of duty. Would that I'd stayed at the wench for that extra pint instead of returning early. I didn't ask to see anyone being bribed. Certainly not my relief pilot. I wonder what that merchant was about. Smuggling, most likely. Should I report this to the Yellow Jackets? But what if I'm being watched? Could end up face down in the harbour. Way, it's east, not west. Rolf is speaking in a low but lively tone to a nearby customer. You've quite an eye for quality, sir. We've a splendid range of products from every corner of Eorzea, but one simply cannot visit Limsa Laminsa without sampling some of the local specialities. Would you care for some freshly squeezed Lenosian orange juice, or perhaps our famed salt cod is more to your taste? I don't remember many of the rogue quests, if any. Welcome back, After. Hope your skulking went well. You might be an angel of death with the daggers, but any rogue what shuns the shadows is headed for an early grave. A sneaky mort can nose about without risking a scrap, or slip herself into the best position to ambush a mark. Once they've seen you, though, your rum fun is done. Hiding is part concealment and part distraction. You won't be disappearing on a cove what already knows you're there. Alright, I'm done prattling. What did you manage to learn about our musket-buying merchant friend? Slipping coin to a ferry pilot, was he? By what you heard from the chef at the Bismarck, this trader means to hop the twig and soon. What matches with me own findings? He's vacated his rooms at the inn and paid his dues in full. Being a merchant, what can be sure that we won't be leaving without his merchandise? So here's the plan. We wait for him to stack his goods on the pier, then you ghost in and grab all them firearms. I'm hoping we can get the job done quiet and under cover of darkmans. But it never hurts to be prepared for the worst. Sounds like he's got a small army of sellswords on the payroll. So do I need a sneak? Yes, I do. Sneaky, sneaky. I'm so sneaky. Annoyingly, when you're being sneaky, you are like half speed. You are not supposed to be here. I thought I ordered my hirelings to keep this jetty clear. Huh? 1, 2, 3. There's one missing. My crate of muskets, it's gone! Thief! Stop her, you useless sluggards! What am I paying you for? Okay, now time to do the stabby jabby. Easy stabby jabby. Do I need to hide through this? I'm supposed to, but I could probably just kill everything. Although it is difficult because I don't have my AoE yet. And I don't even have it on my full level. Forgot that Ninja doesn't get it until 38. I've left both of the classes that get their AoEs super late. Because Dragoon doesn't get theirs until 40. Damn. That was unintentional, but... shit. That turned airy, didn't it, Dove? Once you reached the Yellow Jacket, though, the merchant called off his blades. Wise enough to cut his losses, I'll give him that. I'd say we're all done here. Let's head inside and tell Jack the Ben news. I heard the sounds of fighting coming from outside, and now I've whittled the cause of it. I thought we were aiming for subtle on this job. That many swads was there, but you got the Yellow Jackets what they wanted. So all's well that ends well, eh? You're on your way to becoming a first-class rogue. Aye, job didn't unfold exactly as planned, but do you see the value of keeping out of sight? Skulking might seem slow, but it can save you time, and a fair amount of bleeding in the long run. And speaking of unexpected developments, I have a bit of bad news for you, Vikebi. I searched high and low, but it seems some unprincipled cove has yaffled your sandwich. There were naught but crumbs to be found. No! My sandwich. It was a Bismarck special. Do you know how much I was looking forward to that meal? My belly about ready to cave in on itself. It's a tragedy of the highest order, love. And you know I can't bear to see me rogues in such distress. So I gave Underfoot a special assignment. He should be back any moment now. With a freshly made Bismarck special finger sandwich. You did that for me? You're not japing with me, are you? There ain't no japing matter. It is the Guildmaster's responsibility to see that all his coves and morts are at their best for the job. Ah, Jack, there you are. I've got the sandwich you ordered. Didn't the chef give me a wattleful when I said we was in a hurry? Maybe next time you could think twice before you yaffle a fellow rogue sup. Oh, bollocks. Jack, did you eat my supper? Now, lass, let's not be hasty. There's a fresh new sandwich right here for you. No harm done, eh? You've cloyed something what belonged to me, Jack, and I can't ignore the code. Aye, the code. Mustn't ignore the code. You're having a laugh, aren't you, lass? Lass? Ah! It might be the swiftest string-up I've ever seen. Punishment to fit the crime. Take a good long look. The code exists to preserve peace in Limsa, to keep the alleys from running red with blood. This city's me home, and I'll draw daggers on any cove fool enough to threaten that peace. A pointed lesson? Let's head inside, eh? Your sandwich will get cold. It was a hot sandwich? Hey, do you mean to leave me here all night? At least you gave me a grand view of the harbour. God's piss, these ropes are tight. And now we find ourselves indebted to the Rogues Guild. The Rogues Guild. Huh. The impropriety of it all. Would I could see them occupying a cell next to those thieving pirates. But we're the good guys. Them ropes will leave chafe marks for a bleeding week. I may have wriggled myself free, but what's the last time I let my belly do the thinking? And just think, Vikebi strung me up over an egg sandwich. Those coves what well and truly stomp on the code get it far worse. Keep up your training, lass, and you'll soon be handing out rogue justice yourself. After, just the mort I was hoping to see, with some nasty trouble brewing. The client's on his way, so sit tight and pay attention. I'm calling Underfoot and the Stray in on this as well. It'll be a right little rogue family reunion. Jack, the client's arrived. Our guest here has come from Maelstrom Command, with confidential orders direct from the Admiral herself, so you know this won't be a simple job. I'm afraid your guildmaster speaks truly. 'Twas several days ago when an emaciated man stumbled into one of our camps seeking aid. Upon questioning the poor fellow, we discovered that he'd narrowly escaped a life of slavery. He claims that pirates had raided his village, abducting him and many others to sell on a black market auction block. We dispatched a patrol to confirm the tale and found the village almost completely destroyed. It was a meagre settlement without so much as a guardhouse. Thus did its unkind fate escape our notice until now. You'd think these pirates had never even heard of the code. Pillaging honest culls and dipping their wicks in the slave trade, they headed the right way for a good stabbing. Aye, though it ain't set down in so many words. The code's notoriously unforgiving against those as raise weapons against the weak. After all, the first pirates in these parts were culls who was fleeing oppression in the Northern Sea. Ignore your history and you risk becoming what it was you hated most. So you have a mark for us then? That we do. From the descriptions given to us by the escaped villagers, we've determined that these lawbreakers are members of the Jolly Merchants, a pirate crew in possession of an official privateering license. It would appear, however, that privateering has been naught but a screen behind which to hide their illicit activities. One can only imagine how many other Leminson citizens have fallen prey to these wicked slavers. And we've let it happen right under our very noses. Naturally, the Admiral desires a swift resolution to this ignominy, but merely tracking down those poor souls who've already been sold is proving heavily taxing to our allocated resources. We could throw more soldiers at the problem, but that runs the risk of drawing the small folks' attention and inciting undue panic. Thus do we come to the Rogues Guild for help. We ask that you eliminate the Jolly Merchants and liberate the villagers presently in their custody, and that you do so with the utmost discretion. Consider it done. When those nasty coves will feel our short blades pricking into their backs, they'll enjoy but a brief moment of regret before the code is rightly enforced. Alright, let's get to work. I'll be going after the Jolly Merchants myself. Underfoot, Vikebi, you two lend your skills to the Maelstrom investigation and see what you can whittle about the culls what had already been sold. After, you're coming with me. Think you're ready for the next step of your education. Shall we get after these slaving cutthroats then? Our clients tell me that the Jolly Merchantmen set sail from Aleport a few bells ago. Oh, aye, they might even board an Imperial ship or two, but that's just some mummery they're putting on to amuse the Admiral's swads. I reckon the rest of the crew would be back on land looking to snap the shackles of a fresh herd of chattel. Oh, and just to prove my theory right, one of them jolly bastards got himself spotted creeping around the Ruffmans in Lower Lenosha. There's a Benny Cove over at the Morrowby Dry Docks by a name of Swanson that'll likely know the full story. He's more of a shipwright than a rogue these days, but he keeps his glazes keen for the guild. Head over and have yourself a prattle, and I'll join you soon like. What are these words? I know that I'm not supposed to be familiar with thieves' cant, because that's kind of the point, but dear God, man! It probably doesn't help that this is an after-work stream, because all of this talking is kind of tiring. I know what you are. What can old Swanson do for you? Hunting down Jolly Merchant slavers. Ah, well that explains a few things. I was keeping an eye on the bustle about the dry docks, you see, when I spied on an old trio off in the distance. This rough-looking sod, one of your pirates, I'd wager, was prodding along another bloke and his poor skinny lass. I've seen whipped curs less miserable than the two being herded. Last I saw, they were headed south. If what you're saying about this slavery business is true, then that Jolly Merchant's not going to walk his charges all the way to market. Nah, he likely has a boat waiting for him. And if I were a slaver headed south, my vessel would be hidden somewhere along the Salt Strand. Doesn't leave you much time. You said Jack was on his way, yeah? You'd best go on ahead and I'll point him in the right direction when he gets here. Also, I've uploaded the fixed audio version of the Arcanist class quests stream. And I noticed that I need to do the same with the next stream, which was when we did the White Mage quests. So I need to do that. I mean, I say I need to do that. I've already done it. I just need to render it and upload it. And then I can upload the rest of the streams. But whilst doing that, I noticed, because my webcam is up, quite a bit up. So if I was to get eye level with it, like this isn't even eye level with it. It's looking down. So unless I look directly into the camera, pretty much anywhere I look, I'm looking down compared to the webcam. So my eyes look tiny and sleepy. Also, Twitch is apparently saying I'm not live? But I am. Okay, good. That nearly fucked me up for a second. But yeah, my eyes are always dead tiny, so when I redecorate, I need to think about how I'm going to fix that. Swanson came through for us, eh? Now, what do we got here? This one looks a charmer. Sodden move, I told you. My peg-legged grandma obbles quicker than you miserable sacks of shite. Or maybe you need another thrashing. Is that it? You already forgot what happens when you try me generous patience. I'm sorry. Please, no more beatings. We walked as fast as we could, but we need water. Food. And get in the boat and shut your traps. You'll get fed when we reach the other side. The other side? Where are you taking us? Are you challenging me? Or just plain daft? I told you to keep your bleating mouth shut. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Leviathan's scaly arse, she's weeping again. Listen, we're headed to Aleport, alright? That's where me and my shipmates gather to take stock of the merchandise and decide what gets sold where. You see, some buyers want only lads, while others is looking for lasses. As long as we keep these rich bastards happy, we make more coin than we ever did scrapping with the Empire's war galleys. Not that you care about that, I suppose. What matters to you is that you'll be loaded onto the Jolly Merchantman, sailed off to God knows where, and Limsa will be a distant memory. So if I was you, I'd fill that empty belly with one last gobful of sweet laments and sweet Lenosian sea breeze. I am not reading good. I reading bad. I'm sore tempted to put a blade twixt his eyes here and now. That won't get the job done. No, we'll let him guide us to his mates in Aleport. Then we'll mill the whole bloody lot of them. The Jolly merchant will get their due. Don't you worry about that. They've gone. We best hurry to Aleport. Unless you've a quicker way, there's a ferry what leaves from Candlekeep Quay. Candlekeep Key. I'll meet you across the water, lass. Fuck it. Oh. Arthur, that jolly merchant cove still with his captives. Seems they've taken a room under an alias. Hiding their operation in plain sight. Bold as brass, aye. But it's an old slaver's trick. See, even if some cull recognises the merchandise, only a single handler gets boned. The rest of the crew just whistles, all innocent-like, while That's all, folks. All innocent-like while their mate is marched off to cry cockles. And you can bet they've threatened bloody murder for any prisoner what raises a hue and cry. Patience now, lass. We'll just wait till we're sure what all these blackguards have survived. Meanwhile, you better sharpen your stabbers. We have a busy night ahead of us. I cannot fucking speak today. Can't speak, can't read. Bodes well for this being a longer stream. That ought to be long enough. We'll just have to hope there ain't any stragglers. Listen closely now, lass. The merchants are disguised as plain old venturers, and have settled themselves in 3 separate rooms here in Alport. How do we whittle which coves are the merchants? Easy. Take a look at the dawdles, or that bingo swilling cull over yonder. He's wearing lavender gloves, the exact same type what that nasty sod at the Salt Strand had on. That'll be how they find each other in the crowd. Of course, it's also how I whittled where each of the bastards was staying. Just snilch the hopeless glazes of the company they keep, and you can be sure they've found your mark. So here's the job all laid out for you. We hit all 3 common rooms, mill the merchants quick and dirty like, and get those captives their bleeding lives back. Alright? Oi! The storeroom door's been forced open. Some thieving sod's been at the ale! Well, can't have gotten far. Better get the lads to do a sweep of the port. Was that merchant cove gulping pilfered ale? You'd think they'd be doing their best not to draw attention to themselves, all things considered. Bloody oafs. And now we've got a swarm of yellow jackets buzzing about looking for blood. If they spot us wandering round in the Darkmans, I have a feeling they'll axe first and ask questions later. It would be best then if the patrols never even knew we was here. We'll slip as sneaky as we can into each of the common rooms and use them telltale lavender gloves to identify our marks. There's innocent culls in there as well, mind, so let's try not to stab any as don't deserve it, eh? I'm thinking we should head out one at a time to better avoid them yellow jackets. So I'll let you take the lead. After you. Hello. I gotcha. Got him! How come none of the other adventurers want to give us a hand? Seems a bit bullshit. Hold on, I need to open a window. I think it's getting stuffy in here. Seems a bit better. We'll leave that open for a minute. And then I'll go and close it, because otherwise the entire street can hear me reading out Final Fantasy XIV dialogue. Which probably ain't the best. Not a bad night's work, eh? The Maelstrom will be taking care of them poor culls we freed. I've made sure none of the merchants we downed are like to get back up again. As for the Jolly Merchantman, well, her crew can expect a visit from the Admiral's finest galleys. It won't be for tea and crumpets on the poop deck. Right, my natty lass. Our part in this is done. Time to head back to the sisters. Excuse me, are you the ones that freed us? Aye. Was there something else we could do for you, miss? The Maelstrom swads will take you home if that's what you're worried about. Oh no, I know. I just wanted to thank you. If I may, there was one other thing I wish to tell you. Moments before you rescued me, that dreadful pirate was muttering into his cups. It was something about another raiding party that hadn't yet made it back. I beg your pardon? It seems they'd been hunting for slaves in western Lenosha, and being so close to Aleport, our captor assumed they were out rounding up chattel until last bell. I just couldn't bear the thought of anyone else suffering as I have. Please, is there aught you can do? There certainly is, miss. Just get yourself safely home and leave this stray pack of jackals to us. Pray for your success. Thank you. Again. So much for savouring a victory pint. I'll send word of this development to Underfoot and the Stray. We've some well-earned trade for these last of these jolly merchants. By the by, how's your throwing arm? Think it's time I learned you how to fling a proper blade. When you're out in the wide open roughlands, you often find the need to sting a cove from a distance. And I'm sure a canny lass like yourself will figure out all sorts of uses for a well-thrown dagger. Just keep in mind for when we hunt down the rest of them slavers. Is this like the Arcanist, where it's going to be a 2-part level 15 quest? Yes, yes it is. Oh, but this also teaches me Mug. Those last few jolly merchant bastards must be camped out somewhere in western Lenosha. Now, if I was a black-blooded, gill-grubbing slaver, where would I be hiding? There's naught to the west but the Sahagin pools. Even those bollocks for brain pirates know better than to trespass on fishback territory. And they won't want to chance running into patrols near Aleport, so that just leaves us east. The flock? Aye, they'll likely be nestled down in the ruins out there among the dodos. That's where we'll try and pick up their trail. You head on over and silch the place while I send word to the sisters in the Maelstrom. I literally ate just before the stream, but I think I'm still hungry. I don't know. I don't think my stomach can decide because I ate very early. Thank you for freeing us. We've been tied up here since those awful pirates snatched us from our beds. Those are some interesting looking dodos you got there. No sign of the merchants though, eh? Their leader mentioned heading over to Airport. He said something about there being no signal, and that was a signal that something was wrong. They just left us hobbled here like lambs for the market. One of them japed about keeping the meat unsullied in case there was trouble. Pray, let us flee this place before they return. And who are you just to sidle in and set loose our hard-won prizes, huh? 'Twas the damnedest thing. We'd half a crew lodged in Airport, and not a one of 'em survived the night. Done in by a couple of sneaky curs what favoured the short blades, they say. I'm supposing that was you two. Seems you've a bone to pick with our choice of trade. Aye, I can't say as I've much use for slavers, except as a place to bury me knives. Oh, and I wouldn't bother yourself with waiting on your ship to come back neither. The jolly merchants are done for. You might have the right of it, lad. But then you wouldn't know the kind of coin 3 healthy slaves like these ones will bring us. I'll have a new ship and a new crew before a single moon has passed. Yeah, that chattel. You're each worth a shining bloody fortune, and you've me to thank for helping you learn your true worth. Ignore this bleating sod. In fact, why don't you step back a ways? These coves are about to learn the consequences of breaking the code, and the discussion is likely to get messy. Did you not think we'd come for you? You can try to stifle your victim's screams in the darkness, but the shadows are always listening. I should probably take out the barber first, because that's a healer. Keep thinking that I have a lowland edge. What's with the goddamn donos? They're all already dead. Yeah, you're a bit too late. Thank you. I shudder to think what horrid fate awaited us had you not helped us to escape. I knew someone would come. You're just like the heroes in the stories. They'd always arrive at perfect time and triumph over the villains. Do you think I could be a hero like you? I know I could be brave and strong too. I just know it. You don't want to be like me, lad. Listen now. Me and those coves there, we're the ones what the scary folk are afraid of. And that's because we keep the rules for the world they live in. We don't much care if you shirk your chores or get into fights. But if you ever break the code and betray your mates, then that's when we'll come after you, no matter how far you run or how well you hide. Live your life like the hero you want to be, though, and you'll never need worry about that. Hey, you two can stubble it and all. I assume you are the the citizens who were abducted by the Jolly Merchants? I am Captain Milala of the Yellow Jackets. Maelstrom Command has entrusted me with conducting you to safety. It's all right, lad. These folk will take care of you. Go on. You best not get left behind. Was there aught else, Captain? Word on a new job? A job? From me? For you? How patently absurd. Why, I'd rather hire a sewer rat to mind my larder. Was it during one of your jobs that you turned Aleport into a slaughterhouse? What dark age is this that we must employ assassins to enforce the law? It is this continued dalliance with underworld miscreants such as you that prevents Limsa Lominsa from ever fully expunging the stain of piratical infection. Look at these weapons you bear. A civilized person uses such implements to carve meat or peel fruit and leave them at table where they belong. Do you perhaps clench them twixt your teeth as you swing over rails like the pirates you hunt? Or our fair city is no place for those who refuse to abandon the brutish ways of the past? The only champions of justice this nation requires are the valiant and forthright soldiers of the Yellow Jackets. Jack, what the bloody hell does this cull want with us? I've not the foggiest idea, love. Just smile and nod. I've not come here to be patronised. I've come to put a decisive end to piracy in all its forms. Consider this visit a gauntlet thrown at the collective feet of the Rogues Guild. Heed well my words. Just before dawn this very morn, a maelstrom vessel stocked with provisions was boarded and looted by pirates. Much of the cargo was stolen, and that is vexing indeed, but it is the theft of 3 items in particular, 3 unique treasures of nigh incalculable worth, that most distresses my martial colleagues. As for the brigands, they made well their escape, disappearing into the dawn's mist along with their precious plunder. A rum tale. What's it to do with us? I challenge you. A contest to reclaim these stolen treasures. Should my Yellow Jackets and I succeed in retrieving the greater share, I shall formally propose the abolition of the Rogues Guild. Upon review of our achievements, the Admiral will surely concede that your unscrupulous institution has outlived its usefulness. Blow it out, your wattle. I've better ways to spend my time. Oh, do you now? This incident constitutes a theft against the nation of Limsa Lominsa. Does that not violate your beloved code? If I'm not mistaken, you've no choice but to rise to the occasion. Unless, of course, you mean to slink back into your hole and abandon the fundamental precepts of your duty. All right, you screeching shrew. You've made your bloody point, and you'll be sorry that you did, I promise you that. Your paltry promises amount to naught in the face of my conviction. I shall not rest until Limsa Lominsa is free of every last buccaneer, scoundrel, and shadow-dwelling ne'er-do-well. What now, Jack? But right now, we're back to the sisters. Time to close that window again. And yeah, I think I am still hungry. So what do I fancy? Probably some cheese twists. I fucking love this stuff. I should check in with my retainers. I'm not gonna check in with my squadron though, because I'm not getting distracted. Just retainers. Just retainers. Okay, you got me an earring. Thanks. Not gonna lie. Those both kind of suck, but it's experience, so I'll take it. For a wee lass, that Milala's got some bollocks. It seems she's well done with aught what whiffs of pirate stock. Huh. I don't take kindly to Cull's pulling me strings, but the shrew is right. The code's been broken and we've got a job to do. From the sounds of it, though, them coves knew what they were thinking about when they cloyed them treasures. I'll need you on your best. It's time we learn the art of mugging. Rough up a Cull in just the right way and he'll give up more than what you'd get if you just plain knocked him on his arse. Me and the lads will be busy whittling the story on them bitten baubles, so you're free to head out and sharpen your skill. Might even be as you'll pocket some extra blunt while you're at it, eh? So Mug is a bit of an interesting skill. It's useful in combat because it increases the damage that an enemy takes. But if you kill something while it's in that effect, or if you kill it with Mug as the final blow, it doesn't increase drop chance or the rarity of the item that you get, but if you would have gotten an item, it will increase the chance of getting more of that item. So you might end up with 2 of something instead of 1 and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. It doesn't make you more likely to get items. It just makes you more likely to get more items if you will get the item anyway. Which means it's not... It also has a 2-minute cooldown. So it's not actually very useful for farming items a lot of the time, but it can help, and it's good in combat because between that and trick attack increasing the amount of damage that an enemy takes, which is not just for you. So trick attack is just for us, but Mug affects everyone. So if you're in a party in a dungeon or even in an alliance raid, which we've not gotten to yet, if you use Mug, everyone does more damage. So it's quite useful. Been practicing your dance steps, because we're about ready to run rings round Captain Milala and her squads. The Yellow Jackets have been pressing their investigations into the treasures what was cloyed from that maelstrom tub. But, as you know, we've got our own network of coves what don't miss naught on the goings on and about town. As to the sharp end of the job, it'll be you, me, Underfoot, and the Stray. Let's get down to business, eh? The Kebi's late to the feast, so I'll just make sure we're all on the same page for now. When you get down to it, we have 2 goals for this job. Fight back them 3 treasures and mill the coves what cloyed them in the first place. You can be sure that the Yellow Jackets' shrew will be doing her damnedest to beat us to the marks, and seeing as the fate of the guild is at stake, we'd best not drag our do-beaters at this one. I say we grab all them baubles before she's even lifted anchor, and give her a proper reason to rage against us rogues. You seem awful keen on this contest all of a sudden, Jack. Aye, well, here's the thing. I sent me a grievance to the thalassocracy regarding the Shrew's challenge, but them paper shufflers don't care a whit as long as one of us gets the job done. So I figured I'd sail with the wind rather than against it. Besides, we wouldn't want to shirk our duties and force poor Captain Milala to blunder about in this scary darklands, now would we? How very gentlemanly of you. Well, them's the cards what we've been dealt, aren't they? Now, stow your quips and let's hear what you've learned about them bloody treasures already. Aye, treasures. According to the manifest of that Maelstrom vessel, we're looking to bite back the Cerulean Star, the Silver Sorrows, and something called the Black Sarcophagus. Aside from the fancy names, I was able to whittle a few more details. The Cerulean Star, for starters, is a big old blue diamond that shines like, well, like a star, I suppose. Then we got the Silver Sorrows, a pair of earrings what once graced the wattles of a Sultana of Uldar. There's a tale there, but one that don't concern us at present. Lastly, this Black Sarcophagus thing. I'm afraid that one remained a mystery no matter how much I poked and prodded. In any case, all 3 of these trinkets was recorded as spoils from official privateering raids. Now, as you know, a pirate will usually sell his blunder through a reliable fence. Sometimes, though, holding an auction is the only way to offload goods what is too extravagant or just too bleeding rare for the average cull to deal in. Our 3 wondrous treasures fall into the auction-only category. When the bidding began in Aleport, the thalassocracy weighed in with its ample purse, made some unmatchable offers, then organised a tub for the merchandise to be shipped back to Limsa. And that's when our marks swooped in and picked their transport clean. I had a few wids with them Maelstrom sailors as survived the attack, and they pointed the finger at the grinning curs. Problem is, not one cull's been seen hide nor hair of the curs, not to mention their bloody ship since the raid. Sorry I'm late, but you'll want to hear this. Some of the cargo that was cloyed from that transport was just found during a routine inspection of the Lathagran checkpoint. Lathagran? Have the curs made landfall then? And what are the treasures? Any mention of them? Naught that I've heard, but the jackets ain't done shaking out all the boxes yet. Then we'd better get eyes out there quick like. After, Underfoot, you're fresh for a run, ain't you? Come on, lass. I'll race you out to the checkpoint. You aren't even the same height as my legs. I think it's safe to say that I have a longer step or a longer stride than you. Ew. I want a race. You owe me a pint. Japes aside, though, it looks like Vikebi was right about the cargo. From what I've been able to catch from them swads at the gate, it seems a peddler was boned for carrying goods what was known to be aboard that transport. They carted the poor sod away in chains, but the cargo itself is still here. Saw a pair of jackets carrying boxes up that wooden ramp. We need to know what's in them crates. I get the feeling they won't open their gans for the asking, though. Not while this fool's challenge is going on. Do you think you could skulk over there and see if they found them treasures yet? Because, you know, they won't see me or the big chicken dressed as a butterfly or the land shark just swanning about the place. This is all junk. No diamonds, no earrings, and no bloody black sarcophagus. Looks like we all have to lean hard on that skinny peddler if we're to find him treasures. Sergeant says the merchant's still pleading ignorance. Claims he was hired to carry the goods through the checkpoint and naught else. What a pile of pugal shite. I'm guessing the pirates have split the cargo and are trying their luck at every checkpoint. Captain Malala's already giving orders to double the guard and inspect every cart and wagon what comes through. Huh. So they found naught of value, eh? And thought we'd lost the contest before we'd even properly started. But be that as it may, something don't add up here. Why would you order a cull to carry the goods through the checkpoint? No smuggler is that daft, surely. And even if by some miracle of the gods you squirmed through Lithagran without raising a fuss, why would you risk taking merchandise back to the city what you cloyed it from? No, there's a bigger picture here. We need to take a step back to see it. Assuming the Curs hired this peddler to do their dirty work, there'll be someone in the shadows that's brokered the deal. I just happen to know a cove what makes it his business to oversee these kinds of shady arrangements. Thing is, this black marketeer bloke changes his haunts depending on how the breeze blows. Quite literally, in fact. Seem to recall the Navigator's Veil being shifted by a westerly this morning. So that'd put him at Tiller's Rest. Nice and close. Why don't we go ask him a few questions before we head back to the guild? I can safely say, from having done a bunch of hunt, it is painful trying to get to S rank hunts quickly when you can't fly. Especially if the hunt happens to be on the Isles of Umbra, which I can't even get to at the moment. There were two hunts that I wasn't able to get to just because we haven't progressed the story enough to actually use the ferry to get there. And when I asked someone to give me a taxi ride, they went, "Oh, you could just do this." And I went, "Yeah, I've not progressed the story enough." And they went, "Oh, then you don't need to worry about hunts." I was like, "Nah, it's not the point, but okay, I'll just miss out on these." Sad times. I pride myself on my memory for faces, but yours is unknown to me. Are you an earnest customer or an inquisitive annoyance? Must be sure of your intentions. What's up with the quick one? The dance is old, but the name is new. Put away your daggers, rogue. I've peddled my wares to your kind since the upright thieves stalked the night. Speak, what would you have of this humble merchant? Still tormenting the cults, eh, Grandad? We come for information on a smuggling job. There was this peddler what was caught at the Lathagran checkpoint moving merchandise for the grinning curs. Pleaded innocence even when he had the screws put to him. You wouldn't know all about that, would you? Every last sordid detail. Not a single grain of stolen stand passes through the shadows without my knowledge. But such prickly wisdom lodges tightly in one's throat. What have you brought to ease the pain of its passage? Spare me the theatrics, Grandad. Here's your usual purse. The sum is paid, the deal is made. May my answers sate your fickle hunger. Your hapless peddler was indeed innocent. He was but a beast of burden employed by the associates of the grinning curs, and likely knew naught of his freight's tainted nature. A pawn, if you will, convenient decoy. There are those amongst my acquaintances who specialise in providing such services. Aye, that's what I thought. The curs wanted that cull to get caught. And now the jackets have had a taste, they'll waste their time yaffling every shite pie what comes through their checkpoint. Meanwhile, the real treasures are hidden away in the Darkmans, along with the grinning curs. Not the Darkmans, Master Rogue, the Mist. Aside from the travelling merchant, the curs' associates have spent coin on another piece from this little game. A navigator, one who is practiced in piloting a vessel through the Doxy's pull. The Doxies? Gods only know how many ships have sailed into that fog soup and never come out again. And that's where you say the curs have gone to ground? Now there's a trick that took some bollocks. Once their hunted tub was sitting dimber in the mist, though, it would have been easy to have these associates of theirs ferry the junk goods to Lenosha. Then the canny coes just needed to wait for the peddlers to get boned and draw the glazes of the yellow jackets inland. We need to strike now. As soon as they learn the coast is clear, they'll flee for open waters. Fair appraisal of events. Now that you know the location of your marks, however, it will not be so easy, not so difficult to track them down. The Doxy's Pull was once an impenetrable shroud, but ever since the Calamity, the mists are far less constant. Narrow your search to the heaviest banks, and you'll soon uncover those who wish to remain unseen. But now, a warning. The mists conceal other dangers besides the dogs you seek. A careless step may land you upon the chopping block. The chopping block? You can't mean... Seems I found myself another lead to look into. You hurry on back to Jack and tell him what we've learned so far. I mean... I'm just gonna... I realised something whilst leveling my monk up to 50. You can very easily set up a macro for pretty much all of the monk combos. So that you could have, like, at level 50, I think 3 combos, maybe 4. Because you can't use the next ability in the combo until you've done the first one because of all the forms that you need to be in. You could just set up a macro that starts with use the last hit, use the second hit, use the first hit, and if it can't use the third or the second, it will use the first. If it can't use the third, it will use the second. If it can use the third, it will use the third. And so it'd just be really easy to actually set up a viable combat macro for monk. Because you just have one basic boot shine to snapshot, snap palm, whatever the fuck combo. Then you'd have one that goes through the damage up branch. And probably ends with the damage over time, because then you're refreshing the times on both the buff to yourself and the debuff to the enemy. And then you have a third one, which is for the AoE combo. But that would all be really easy to set up. About time, lass. You was gone so long I almost sent the stray after you. What happened to Underfoot? So our marks and the bitten baubles are snug inside the Doxy's pull, eh? I'll not discount the old man's warning, but we may not have a better chance to catch the curs and gabble them treasures. We board their ship right now. You, me, and Vakebe. I suppose we'll be needing ourselves a tub for the voyage. I'll have wids with Swanson and see what the dry docks can spare us by way of a ship and a reliable crew. Get your kit together and meet us there. Then again, I suppose you could do the same for a black mage. And you could set up a macro that uses fire abilities until it doesn't have enough mana to do them. And then it uses a blizzard ability. Alright, after. I've pulled in some favours and there's a crew what will get us close enough to scamper aboard the cursed vessel. It'll be cramped up on that deck. If we try to mill the whole lot at once, we'll soon find ourselves up against the rails. So we've got to be quick and quiet and try to knock them off a few at a time. Well, lass, are you eager to test your sea legs? I could definitely do the same thing with Bard. Because it's so rare, at least at the moment, that I have straight shot ready. That you could just set it up to use straight shot if you have it. And if you don't have it, it just uses the heavy shot. Okay, I'm following the Kevi. When do I get that? Oh, 26. Okay, so we'll have it for the next one. Okay, Jack. Jack drew a lot of attention, huh? Pick out the healer. It really is a problem when I'm so used to playing Ninja from my main that I can't just use the full 3-hit combo. The growl. Oh shit. You can fuck off and all, kitty. There it is. Jack, found me one of them treasures. Unless there's another fist-sized blue diamond on board, it's got to be the cerulean star. As for them other two baubles, I've tossed the cabins and been through the hold ilm by ilm, but there's naught else here. Well, we'll just have to ask all sweet-like, won't we? Spit it out, cur. Where are you keeping the rest of your treasures? You think I'd spill my guts for the likes of you, rogue? Maybe you wouldn't at that, but what about this partner you're working with? How'd you... We don't need no partner. So, you're telling me this was all your own idea? You woke up one day and decided you'd attack a maelstrom transport right off the coast of Aleport, then disappear into the love and embrace of the Doxy's Pull. Not exactly your style, is it? The grinning curs are too bleeding famous for being the crew what turned their snouts up at privateering in favour of keeping to the old ways. You've only escaped the Yellow Jackets' grip this long by crawling on your bellies and snatching scraps what fell from the table. You ain't the type to sink your teeth into a Navy-owned vessel, no matter the prize. Aye, well, maybe there ain't no profit in being cautious no more. The age of pirates is swift coming to an end. Merlwyb won't be stopped, not by a piddling little crew like mine. That's why we've thrown our lot in with the executioners. That blue rock was just our share of the loot. The scraps from the table, like you said. If you want them other trinkets, then you'll have to take it up with our new mates. One job at a time, lass. First, we need to get these stinking coves and their tub back to the docks. Putting aside the issue of who gave the orders, there's no doubt that this was the coves that raided the Maelstrom ship. Now for a punishment that fits the crime. I was informed that a certain well-known pirate ship was spotted weighing anchor at the Morrowby dry docks. I assume that this was your work? Aye, you missed all the excitement, Captain. But never you mind, the Cerulean Star is back and bob in our sneaky little fambles. Huh. And these must be the grinning curs. Degenerate fiends! How dare you ply your filthy trade in Laminson waters? How many innocent sailors were massacred that you might sate your vile avarice? Every one of your kind ought to be lined up and shot. A musket ball is the only answer for this rampant display of lawlessness. Wait. Do you mean to just execute them here on the bloody docks? At least take the buggers into custody first. Hand them over to ye for lawful punishment or satisfy the demands of the code just as well. We've already got the answers to our questions, so feel free to take them away. Do not presume to give me orders, rogue. You only managed to capture these villains and their ill-gotten treasures by employing unsavoury and unconscionable means. Why, you're naught more than pirates yourself. These bastards ain't worth a true pirate's spit. The Upright Thieves was formed to protect us from ourselves. Now they're just hunting dogs for the Admiral. Merlwyb yanks the leash and another buccaneer disappears. You rogues are traitors to your own kind. If it hadn't been for you... Aye. Go on then. Blame me and my coves for your own failures. You knew what you was about when you defied the code. You knew that we'd be after you. We're done here. There are still 2 treasures left, rogue, and I mean to claim them both. I'd consider this contest of yours, Captain. Turns out this fish we're trying to hook is a shark, and it might just swallow you whole. I am really not. Brain no read good. Brain no speak good. Brain no read speak. Today. Today no. Welcome back. I'm glad you're not dying as much. Any work on that ship after? First blood is ours. How'd you take to fighting a sea? There are few as can drop an opponent as quick as a rogue, but mind you don't exhaust yourself just flailing your blades at the tougher coves. And that goes double for when you've mates on your flanks. If you notice yourself starting to flag, there's naught wrong with pulling back from time to time and staggering your attacks with each other to keep the pressure on. I've said it before, lass, but I'll need you sharp enough to carve steel for what's to come. I'm afraid this will be more of a challenge than even what that little shrew was bargaining for. That's assuming the Curse wasn't lying about the Executioners, and the Executioners are who I bloody think they are. Twixt you and me, though, I'm hoping the name is just some laughable coincidence. Whoa! We've a rough job ahead of us, and that's a fact. Matters are tangled enough, what with the Milia Mort snapping at our heels. We've still managed to grab all that first trinket without too much fuss. Fighting back them other two treasures, though, that'll be a different story. Once the strays get here, I'll explain that. Or more to the point, I'll explain what, or more to the point, who we're up against. Alright, we've two baubles left on the list. The Silver Sorrows and the Black Sarcophagus. Let's see where we're at. Oi, where's Paramu got to? Underfoot, he's still looking to whittle the tail behind that bleeding sarcophagus. We'll not be clawing that stickler until we've at least an inkling as to what the bloody thing looks like. Treasures aside, I've been doing some digging on my own into these executioner allies of the Grinning Curs, and I'm afraid that name ain't no mere coincidence. After, you heard of the bloody executioners, I hope. Seems them Curs was feeding from the famble of one of the nation's greatest pirate powers. This ain't no ordinary crew of cutthroats, lass. Within Limsa Lominsa, the bloody executioners wield a power and influence second only to the Admiral herself. There was none too fond of Merlwyb on her prohibition of piracy. It was only the overwhelming threat posed by the Garlean Empire what eventually convinced him to play nice with the Thalassocracy. But pirates ain't ones to play nice for long. Now that Hilfir ain't around to helm the ship, the solidarity of the bloody executioners has begun to show cracks. All the strongest captains and lieutenants begun to form their own factions and are scrambling to claim the top chair for themselves. Of course, not one bloody cove can agree with another on which way the executioners ought to sail. Among these new factions, though, is a group what is pushing to break free of the Admiral's grip completely. Turns out these reformists, as they call themselves, was the ones that took the Grinning Curs under their wing. Which means they've got possession of the last two treasures we've yet to cloy. Rumour around town says that even for executioners, these coves are bloody and ruthless and not to be crossed. We should sit this one out, Jack. Piss on Milala's contest. It ain't worth this kind of grief. We'd be inviting the wrath of a crew so large and dangerous that even the Admiral ain't keen on coming to blows with them. If they ever came after us. Large or small, it don't much matter. They broke the code when they hit that maelstrom tub. Aye, the Grinning Curs are paying for that crime, but we'd be poor sodden excuses for rogues if we let the real culprits carry on unpunished. I mean to see this job to the end, and that means biting back them treasures and handing out proper justice to them as deserve it. But Jack... Listen, with all the infighting going on at present, us stabbing a short blade into one faction's toe ain't like to bring the whole executioner crew down on our heads. Besides, them reformist buggers are so far split from the main mob that they've been avoiding the city altogether. Now, it's about time we got to work. After, you're to track down our black market contact. I set him looking into the Cur's new allies a while back, so he should have some answers for us by now. The veil was lifted by a southerly this morning. That'll put the old man at his haunt in Lower Lenosha. Here, take this sack of blunt and pay a visit to the House of Sticks. That's kobold territory if you didn't know. The old man bribes him with ore, and hires the biggest and meanest sods as bodyguards. Just be ready for your approach to be challenged. Huh. Well, that's annoying. There isn't really an easy place for me to teleport. Because pretty much wherever I teleport, it's going to be about the same distance. So I want to go to middle. So then I can get out to lower. But nice and high on lower. Heyo! Oh no! Welcome to House of Sticks, young rogue. You must excuse my hireling's enthusiasm for greeting visitors. Now, have you any cumbersome baggage of which I might relieve you before we begin our conversation in earnest? A heavy burden for one of your tender years to bear. But its weight has balanced the scales. The sum is paid and the deal is made. Let us speak of these reformists. This faction that so wronged the code now seeks to peddle one of its stolen treasures, the earrings better known as the Silver Sorrows. The deal, it is said, is to take place at Costa del Sol. The buyer, a moneyed merchant from the golden sands of Uldar. The earrings will be out in the open, vulnerable. I would target the moment of transaction were I so inclined, as the gentleman up there by the cabin appears to be, for he purchased the self-same information. Though he attempts to disguise his identity, the stench of a soldier yet lingers. I know not where one such as he came to learn of my existence, but I suspect he works for a certain yellow-coated captain. Brave she is, but foolish. Stumble blindly into the underworld, and your groping hands will not save you from the holes at your feet. Sudden shall be her fall. Okay, so now head back to the guild. Tell them that we need to go to Costa del Sol, teleport to Costa del Sol, do some shit, kill some things. Be back home in time for tea. Welcome back, After. What information did the old man have on them reformists? Looking to unload them earrings, are they? And to an Uldan, no less. Can't say as I'm surprised to hear the buyers from out of town. You won't find many Laminsons willing to melt coin in aught to them coves they're selling. Only the daftest of sods would go about funding them as means to pull down the Admiral. Eh? One of Malala's lackeys arrived at the house afore you. How'd they know to... Bah. Them curs have captured must have cackled during the shrew's interrogations. We'll have to assume the Yellow Jackets know what we know, and that means we'd best get our asses to Costa del Sol right bleeding now. I'll handle this one, Jack. You and After can wait here for Peramu. Oi, Vikebi, what in the hell's is she playing at? After, alas, she knows this ain't a solo job. teleport. Told you to wait at the guild. I don't need... Well, I might be, as I could use an extra mort in the shadows after all. Jack has his mind set on punishing the executioners, but me, I just want to skulk in, cloy them silver bits, and skulk out. I reckon that if I could manage that with no one the wiser, then they wouldn't know who to come after. Finish the job without drawing me daggers, you know? It ain't exactly true to the code, but the shield of underworld honour won't stop them bloody murderers from cutting inmates' throats and setting the sisters a glimmer. The guild's the only place what offered to take in a pirate stray like me, and I'll not see it burn to the ground. The deal's about to start. Say the word when you're Benny to head in. Alright, here's what we know. The rich merchant what's coming over from Uldar is some old mate of Master Gegaruju. The Cull's owns Costa del Sol. Gegaruju's taken his guards and dancing dells and pranced off down the beach someplace, giving him the use of the entire resort to his friend. Seems she didn't want an audience for a bargain with reformists. Which, as it happens, works out well for us. We'll wait until they're busy haggling over price, then snatch the sorrows and up the twig before they realise aught's amiss. Sound like a plan? I think so. I think I fucked up about half of them words, but eh. We want the shiny shiny. How did I level up so many classes so fast? Lots and lots of dungeons. Some front lines. Hunting logs. And the road to 80 buff. I also have... So the Hall of the Novice gives you the brand new ring, which increases experience up to level 30. Because I got the pre-order for Shadowbringers, I have the Aetheryte earring, which increases experience gain up to level 70. I also have the Helm of Light or the Friendship Circlet, which increases experience gain up to like 25. So basically, hunting log until you unlock dungeons, and then just farm dungeons. I also did some front lines on the DPS, because sometimes front lines was actually a quicker thing to get than the dungeons. Yeah. And for the crafters, use the daily turn-ins to the Grand Company. For the gatherers, I mean, again, daily turn-ins, but also just go and gather. It's really easy. There, the players have arrived. The reformist coin counter and the old darn buyer are setting up on the southeast platform. The errands ought to be nearby. Hang about. Who are all these other culls? The place was meant to be open. Meant to be empty. What the fuck? My brain. I see some nasty looking blokes in all darn garb. And are those mammoths? Ugh, the merchants brought along a whole bloody entourage. I've gone and got ahead of myself. Should have realised the job would never be that easy. We'll have to mill a few of them bodyguards first, I reckon. You don't want to fight through a forest of blades should you get caught sneaking about up on them narrow walkways. Hey, Jack. Jack, I thought I'd stow your excuses, love. I know full well what you were about. You start going soft on us, though, and I'll be like losing one of my arms. Can't take on the bloody executioners all by myself. It's only because I got rogues like you and Underfoot and After Ear that the guild can take the jobs it does. When our coves walk the shadows, it's the bleeding pirates what do the trembling. Remember that, Vikebi. We ain't some two-guild robbers what piss their breeches when their daddles get caught in the honeypot. We're the knives in the darkmans, and no bastard wants to go blade to blade with the likes of us. I see you've not changed your mind, then. You'll need all the stabbers you can get, and I promise mine will be there when you need them. Now, let's carve a path to that platform and bite back them earrings. Vikebi, you hide yourself down by the docks in case the marks escape during the fighting. After, you and me will split up and mill the guards as we go. It's them puppets that concern me most. I'd suggest you crash on little buggers before they can spring any rum fun. Creep in as close as you dare, then give them a good solid clout from behind. It ain't the most original strategy, but that don't make it any less lethal. Once you're done with the first group, slip back into the shadows and move on to the next. Naught to it, eh? I'll head over to the back while you start in from the front. Let's wrap this up before the jackets blunder in and scare off our marks. But yeah, leveling wasn't that bad. I focused, so obviously Scholar and Summoner are really easy because you just level Scholar. Tanks aren't too difficult because, again, relatively easy to farm dungeons. The DPS ones are the ones that take a while. So I focused on Black Mage for a while to get that one up, but I did quite a lot of the hunting log for him. Yeah, like Rogue isn't even that high level because I've not done any dungeons with it, but I've done almost all of the hunting log for it. Yeah, I'm not doing too badly on Disciples of the Hand and Disciple of the Land as well. To be honest, I probably don't... I have a Lowland Edge. I forgot that I would have it. Yes! You little bitch, you healed. How dare you? You were supposed to die. Oh no, I'm being so sneaky. So sneaky. Good night. These quests have ended up taking longer than I expected. Rogues? No one mentioned aught about rogues. What in the hells do you think you're doing? I'm conducting a business transaction on behalf of the bloody executioners. Do you understand what that means? Do you know what they'll do to you? I am all affrighted. Odd then that you're the one who's shaking. Don't much matter to me who you work for. Your bosses broke the code and we're here to collect. Those would be the Silver Sorrows then. I'm sure you paid a caravan of coin for them shiny baubles, but I doubt they're worth your life. Let's have them then. Wait, damn you! You should know that this personage is an extremely influential member of the East Aldenard Training Company. Surely you've heard of it. If the threat of reprisal will not stay your hand, then consider the political ramifications of interfering with a foreign dignitary. The Admiral would not desire you to damage Limpsa's relationship with Uldar. Yeah, exactly. I'm very highly placed in Uldar's society. I have powerful friends who would not be pleased were you to mistreat me in any fashion. And you must understand, the Silver Sorrows are a historical treasure, a gift once bestowed upon Sultana Nanasha ul Nasha by her champion. The earrings were later stolen from the royal vault, and we'd lost hope of ever recovering them. That I might so easily purchase them thus is a miracle. The return of these trinkets will be, that is to say, the sorrows must be returned to Uldar. Can you not look the other way for the sake of my nation's pride? You must think me some dill-witted thug. If this deal being made on behalf of your country, then why are you sneaking about and consorting with pirates? An excellent point. One might doubt your quality of character were you to continue with these feeble fabrications. You need only entrust those earrings to me. Should you truly wish to see them returned to Uldar, that is. After all, 'twas to fulfill that very purpose that the Thalassarkasi bid on the sorrows in the first place. Bit late there, aren't you, Captain? I think you agree this round belongs to... On the contrary, my dear scoundrel, I made the winning move the moment I knew we were dealing with a merchant of Uldar. I came bearing an official order of seizure, authorized by the Admiral herself. You will not be harmed, but I must insist that you cooperate with this reclamation of unlawfully obtained goods. Though Costa del Sol is private property, it nevertheless lies within state-governed territory. Come along quietly, and we need not inconvenience Master Gegaruju any further. These suspects will be taken into Yellow Jacket custody, and do not concern yourself with the Silver Sorrows. They'll be quite safe with me. So we did all the hard work, and she's taking the credit. Fucking bitch. Bah, the hell's take that canary-coloured harpy. We might as well have handed the things to her on a velvet cushion. I'll go find Underfoot and help him with his digging. There's still that last treasure out there, and you can be sure the reformists won't be giving it up without a fight. Aye, you do that. Any luck to you, love. Ah, there you are. You left before events had truly been decided, and I thought you deserved to know the score. The Uldan merchant has acquiesced to our request and surrendered the Silver Sorrows into our keeping. We've also apprehended the reformist's accountant and will be holding him for further questioning. Oh, Bonin and Associate are the bloody executioners. You Yellow Jackets don't flinch from your duty, I'll give you that. And what's this I hear about you buying information, Captain? I thought you'd sooner die than associate with elements of the underworld. I will do what I must to stay ahead in this challenge, and that marketeer's knowledge was vital to the case. 'Tis true I might find his practices distasteful, but he is no pirate. It is the fading era of piracy which I mean to consign to the history books, and that chapter will never be fully closed until every pirate-spawned relic, including you and your guild, becomes a thing of the past. Valiant and forthright, these are the words by which the Yellow Jackets live. It is the manner in which we protect Limsa. I swore an oath on the graves of my sisters, no more shall the innocent suffer at the hands of these savage buccaneers, these unrepentant killers. And a grand oath it is. Me, I've got my fambles full, just keeping the code intact. But the code is a kind of oath too, when you get down to it. And since I've sworn to uphold it, I've no intention of stepping aside and letting you trample all over me and my coves. In fact, you'd be better off giving in now before matters get proper serious. Just say you're sorry, admit defeat, and we'll just leave it at that, eh? Your audacity knows no bounds! I'm done wasting words. I shall reclaim that last treasure, and then I will look on victorious as your guild is dismantled brick by brick. That's the spirit, Captain. Just don't forget to keep an eye on them earrings. The city's crawling with rogues, you know. You could keep the sorrows in a bloody lockbox in the Coral Tower, but look away for a moment, and one of my coves will bite them beauties right back. Come on, after. It's back to the sisters for us. Oi. Well, after all that hard work, the shrew made off with the spoils. And as far as a damned contest goes, I suppose that makes us even. It'll be the last treasure, this black sarcophagus, that decides the victor. Whatever the reformists are doing to keep it bob, you can bet your grandmum's teeth there'll be some blade work needed before this job is done. Get yourself ready for a proper scrap. I was wondering when you'd show up. Bugger me if you don't look ready to mill an entire crew of sods by yourself. And Benny that you are, because we've finally uncovered some hard facts about that last treasure. Won't be long now before we cloy the winning piece and put this daft challenge to bed. Alright, I've gathered the other coves for a meeting, so let's get down to it. At long bloody last, the black sarcophagus has given up its secrets underfoot. You've some news for us? Aye, Jack. I think half our trouble's in whittling the truth of it lay in calling this nasty thing a treasure. The black sarcophagus ain't no Dimberbauble. It's the Mark L.I. Magitech mine, a bleeding prototype explosive that was bitten from an Imperial transport vessel. And even though it ain't that big, maybe size of a small cargo box, they say the blast'd have enough kick to incinerate a bloody behemoth. Seems the Garleans mean to start production at their factory in Lenosha, then distribute the mines through Castrum Marinum. Lucky some plucky privateer cloyed the prototype en route, then, eh? An experimental weapon. That explains why the Thalassocracy was so bleeding eager to bid at that auction, and so reluctant to share the details with us. At least now we know the what. There's still the question of the where. The Curs delivered their bitten goods to the reformists, that much is certain. What happened to the sarcophagus after that, though, we ain't so sure. There have been no reports of its huge explosions or the like, so either the executioners still have the mine, or they've peddled it to some other buyer. The reformist faction came together out of their shared hatred for the Admiral and her ways. I'm guessing they didn't cloy that bomb just to sell it. What is it, Lonnie? A letter for you, Jack. Says it's urgent. A letter? Who's it from? The old man. Found it while I was sorting through our daily deliveries. Let's see now. Come to Thalaus. I have urgent news. I've never known the old man to summon a customer. No one's seen him at his usual haunts for a while. Do you reckon there's some rum morsel he's dug up just for us? It could be. After, you and me are headed to Thalaus. Underfoot, Vikebi, you had to take another stab at pinning down the location of the sarcophagus. There's a lot of fucking weird words from this set of quests. How the fuck? Oh, okay. Best to go from Airport then. Because while I can get the ferry across, it also takes just as long for me to go up from Airport. Until I have flight, and then I can just fly from one side to the other. Which I can confirm makes it so much easier. I'm really annoyed that you can't get the mount speeds from hunts until you've finished the story. Because by that point, you have flight, which is max speed anyway. So the riding maps are useless. So, is it going to be... It's going to be under, right? By the looks of it. Yeah. Hello. Oh no! Who could have ever expected there would be bloody executioners here? Oh no! And I still don't have my AoE. But the Black Marketeer seems dead. That's nice. You're wasting your time, darling. We opened that Scrag's wrinkled throat bells ago. You cross the bloody executioners and you get what's coming to you. Did you like our message? We wasn't sure you'd fall for it, but a little mystery goes a long way, eh? Ah, now don't be like that, darling. Me and my mates didn't have much choice. When the boss says go play with the rogues, then we gotta go play with the rogues. After all, we never asked you to come ruin our game, now did we? And don't give me no long-winded speech about your precious code. The reformist's vision stretches far beyond what them tired old rules is good for. Once Captain Absahir takes command of the executioners, he'll give us back the teeth we lost when we submitted to the Admiral's leash. We'll be the terror of the seas once more, free to rove and plunder in a new age of pirate glory. And I'll bathe in blood to see that age come to pass. I'll kick down your shite stinking code and have all your sneaking heads on the chopping block. Like hells you will. The only sentence that's being passed today is yours. Well, hello there, darling. Ain't you a fine-looking lad? I've heard all this prattle before. Free to pillage and plunder, is it? Aye, it all sounds grand, but you don't think of the price. That shite stinking code is the only thing what keeps you bloody coves from milling one another. Without it, without Limsa Laminza to call home, you'd be adrift in an ocean of quarrons. But if you're so keen to keep company with the dead, I'll be sodden happy to oblige. You were prettier with your gob shut. I can see I'm out of my depth here. As much as I'd like to lop off your noggins, I'll have to be satisfied with dragging the two of you out into the wilds. Kept you well out of the way, haven't I? Out with it then. Ain't it obvious? You stubborn scrags is looking to swipe our new toy, and my job was to stall you. The captain is mine, has the mine with him right now. He's set to show the rest of the executioners that he's got the stones to sit in the leader's chair. And what better way to do that than executing that bitch that would snap the chains of our crew? He's targeting the Admiral herself. You're planning to blow up the command room, ain't you? Aye, you have me permission to panic. Of course, if you'd rather steer clear of the city, I'd be glad to keep you company right here, sweet meat. We've got this mad mort at our mercy, but she seems to be enjoying herself. I better drag her back to the guild and see what information she'll spill. I'll need you back in Laminsa as well. But you've business at the foremast first. You should find Captain Milala at a post there. Forget about the sudden challenge and tell her everything we know. Unless my judgment's well off kilter, she'll do what needs to be done. fucking wait to sort out this room. Ugh. Like, I'm really, really looking forward to the new desk. Because, one, the cable management is going to be godly. Because it's the Secret Lab Magnus. Or Magnus Pro, or whatever the fuck. It's a sitting standing desk with a built-in, like, hubby for cable management, and it's got a basically a power cable running up the leg, so you can hide all of the power cables. So I'm really, really looking forward to playing about with how I can get things set up to just look clearer. And then I'm planning on getting like a set of bookshelves or something for over this side, so I can store everything and put the consoles on. You need a new desk as well, but you just need a new living situation. That's fair. Like, we're going to be in this house for probably at least another 5 years. And so I want to get as comfortable here as I can. And, you know, the current desk is an L desk, so it's a bit difficult to move and take with us, whereas the new desk and everything else would break down quite nicely if we needed to move. That's how I'm justifying the amount of money that I'm spending, because I spent like nearly £800 on a desk. And I'm probably going to spend another like 150 to 200 on the bookshelves. Then I'm going to get some acoustic paneling, and I need to get some new light diffusers for my studio lights so that they're smaller and just take up a bit less space. So I don't need big massive ones. I just need a little umbrella to get rid of the glare. And I need to think about what I'm gonna do with the webcam situation, which I don't really know how I'm gonna tackle at the moment. Unless I was to hide the webcam between two of my monitors at eye level, so it doesn't give me tiny squinty eyes. But I probably need a new webcam, to be fair. I've had this one long fucking time. The original goal was actually to get a digital camera and to do get an Elgato cam link and do it that way, because then you have camera quality. So I might still do that, because that would only be that would probably be another 200. But that one can wait. That one can wait. Oh, you're one of Jack's rogues. You've come to steal the sorrows, have you? Well, you shan't have them. As you can see, they're safely clasped upon my very own. Eh? You're not here for the earrings. She's wearing them, though. What the fuck? The Admiral, you say? And you're sure these fiends are in possession of the sarcophagus? I must deploy more sentries at once. Do not think this voids our challenge, rogue. You can relay as much to your impudent guildmaster. I suppose you can you can thank him for the warning as well. Is there going to be another quest? Because isn't this the level 31? It must be a two-parter, because this does not feel resolved. So, the jackets are on the move, Benny. I've been listening to that addled pirate cackle since I got her back to the sisters. She's given us naught what we didn't already know. And we know more than enough. I said we rally the rogues and go after that mine before it blows up in our muns. Yeah, okay, it is. If the leader of the reformists, this Captain Asabir, is planning on milling the Admiral with a bang, then my guess is he'll be aiming to demolish the entire command room. You know the mizzenmast, aye? The tower what holds the drowning wench and bulwark hall? The Admiral's bridge and her command room are right at the top of it. Then you've got the district what surrounds the mizzenmast. That's the busy beating heart of the city. Even with the threat of an attack, you can't just seal it up in the blink of an eye and call the whole thing Bob. Try to explain the dangers to the Coles what live and work there, and then you just have a frightened stampeding mob on your fanballs. Nay, lass, our only option is to have eyes snilching at every approach to that tower. I'll put the wid out to as many coves as I can and spread them through the streets. Your job will be cover the aft castle. Just wait and see after. We'll get this Absa here, and this little bomb too. To be fair, before I get a new webcam, I'll probably save up and get the new computer. Because that is starting to become a bit of a need as opposed to just a want. Given that I can't play stuff like Cyberpunk and shit. Ugh, the fog picked a grand night to roll in thick. This'll make things interesting. Our presence on the street is far too thin. Where are the reinforcements I ordered? My apologies, Captain. There just aren't any more soldiers to spare. The bulk of our force has already been assigned to guard not only the Admiral, but a number of other high-ranking personnel as well. Unacceptable! What could Commodore Rayner be thinking? There are dangerous criminals stalking the city as we speak. Call in squads from the outposts if you must. Outposts if you must, but I want to see our security tightened and the populace properly protected. But Captain, we can't be certain the pirates' plan hasn't changed. If we consider the possibility that they've switched to a target outside the walls, it would be folly to weaken those defences. Huh. You've made your point, Sergeant. Return to your post. Once all is lost, it is far too late to question what one should have done. You seem troubled, sir. Perhaps I can be of assist. Ah! I've been dying to meet you, lass. Aye, keen to set eyes on the bold yellow belly what cost our crew a fortune in Uldan coin. You're an executioner, one of Isabir's men. You've strayed too far into a world you don't understand, lass. Your eyes is fixed on the light of justice, leaving you blind to the chasm opening up at your feet. At least they'll say you died with your boots on. Yellow Belly won't be bothering us no more, Captain. As for the mine, the lads have it primed in front of the wench by the time you get there. Good. Not long now before we drag that bitch Admiral, a pretty tower and all her simpering curs down to the bottom of the sea. Then I'll raise our flag on the ruins of the mizzenmast and lead our brethren in a return to the old ways of blood and plunder. You're gonna have the last bottle. Bottle? The wife's gonna kill me. Hey, what's that then? Not after the command room. They mean to bring down the entire tower. If the mizzenmast falls, the bridges will follow. Half the city will. Please, you must help me. The danger, far greater than we. Bloody hells, it's alive! Oh, no, I didn't see nothing. Didn't see nothing! Please, you must send word. Someone must be told. You, how did you? You're a valiant and forthright weapon. You could hear that single pistol shot from miles away. Weren't hard to guess what happened. I poked the yellow jackets on my way over. A healer will be along shortly. Bene, that means we've only one last thing to do. We've never been allies, but I beg of you. You must stop them. Save the city. Alas, you know you don't just need to ask. Taking down Mount Coves and biting back what's been bitten is our job. He took the earrings, didn't he? You all set then? Ready, Jack. Always. Then let's go cloy that sarcophagus. And bit Iceper here for a new coffin. This kind of feels Elder Scrolls-y. Like the kind of thing that they'd have you do in Skyrim if you weren't gonna try and kill the Emperor, you'd instead have to protect him. I mean, you can't really do the same thing in Oblivion because the start of the game, the Emperor dies, but still. Gravity is currently your only death. What do you mean? In 14? You must have been in a fight and dropped off a ledge then, huh? Or at least have aggroed something. You ran by a dude who wanted to fight, and you're like, nah, and you fell off a small-ass cliff and died. Yeah. So it is impossible to die from full damage as long as you are not in a battle. If anything is aggroed to you, even if something aggroes to you as you fall, you can die. It's kind of annoying. It doesn't come up much in the overworld, but it becomes a real big problem in Eureka. I must say that I think I've died a couple of times. At least one of them was purely because I'm an idiot. Oh, you know what? I haven't been doing the right thing. Yeah. This probably isn't going to go well. Because I didn't pay attention to what the actual objective is. Whoops. It's gonna blow up. No! Interesting that it did no damage. Okay, so that doesn't classify as a death, actually. It just classifies as a failed mission. That's fine. That's what I get for assuming that I just needed to kill the guy. My bad. But you're a black mage main, aren't you? Later level Thornturge is not bad. I don't hate it. It plays very, very differently to any of the other classes I've played. With the way that it manages MP. But I don't hate it once you've unlocked stuff like Firestarter and Thundercloud. Those aren't bad. But I do massively prefer pretty much any other class. Currently, I think it's probably going to be Monk and Dragoon are the classes I like least. Because what I have played of Dragoon on my main, it kinda was boring. Because you don't have a lot for quite a while. And then Monk, I don't know. Maybe I've just, without having the job quests done, maybe I'm not getting everything that Monk has to offer. I don't hate it. But it feels like the AoE that you can just use never does much damage. And you don't get the AoE that is a part of the combo until quite late. I don't know. But I've also not really played any Samurai or Red Mage. Not really played any of the DLC classes except Reaper. You just want to get to Reaper so bad. Honestly, roll a healer and just do dungeons and you can get to 70 before too long. Like, if I wasn't deliberately avoiding playing as my healers, I would definitely already have at least one of them up to 70 then. Up and waddling around already. Status report. The mine has been disabled, and the engineers should soon have it safely removed. Our soldiers sustained some injuries in the battle with the reformists, but none were fatal. Also, the Admiral sent us in sincerest gratitude. Look, there she is! That's Captain Milala, the hero of Limsa Laminsa! Are you recovered from your wound, Captain? We heard how you very nearly lost your life stopping that horde of pirates from blowing up the mizzenmast. 3 cheers for the Yellow Jackets! Our city would be lost without you. But wait, that's not how it... Sergeant, what of the rogues? Did they survive the battle? I don't rightly know, Captain. All we found near the sarcophagus were reformists, either dead or strung from the rafters. Alive, then. 'Twould seem we are deeply in their debt. Captain, might I have the silver sorrows from you now? We've been ordered to hand them over to the Commodore, along with the black sarcophagus. Why, of course, they're right... The earrings! I could have sworn I was still... He wouldn't have. He stole them from me while I lay dying. That cad! I knew he was not to be trusted. Keep an eye on them indeed. I should have known. So, dungeons... You only get the experience when you kill the boss. But the experience for any enemies that you've killed up to that boss gets added onto the boss's experience pool. And it does matter the level of the dungeon that you're doing. The higher the level of the dungeon, the more experience you'll get. But, you know, Wanderer's Palace isn't MSQ locked. Aurum Vale isn't MSQ locked. So I could go and I could farm Wanderer's Palace right now and easily get up to level 60, if not higher, just from running Wanderer's Palace. And if you were to get a friend that has a blue mage and go in as a pre-made party of, you know, a blue mage and whatever other classes people want to level, you can farm things very quickly with a blue mage. Are you sure about this, Jack? We should have cloyed the sarcophagus as well. I think she's earned it, don't you? If it bothers you that much, think of it as a trade. If you ask me, they look a bit daft. Well, I didn't ask you. So, the jackets ended up with the mine, and we got the diamond and the earrings, which means victory to the Rogues Guild. Do you think Malara will leave it at that? I get the feeling we ain't done with her yet. I'd say we're done with her challenge, but you never know when our paths will cross again. We'll just have to see what Limsa Laminta's underbelly spits up next. Aye, this city ain't ever quiet for long. Well, it's been a pleasure working with you, After. If I ever need a trusty pair of stabbers by my side, I'll know who to ask. This has taken so much longer than... I think this has taken a similar amount of time to the Arcanist Guild, which are the guilds that have taken the longest to do. I'm up as well. Bloody starving I am. Don't forget to yaffle a bite when you can, eh? We'd best head back to the sisters too, before the shrew decides she'd rather hear us cry cockles. Better work, After. Be seeing you soon. I suppose the other thing with doing a healer is most of the time the leveling roulette, the adventure in need will be for a healer. And so then you can get some decent extra experience just for doing the dungeon, regardless of what dungeon it is. Which is why it can be a lot easier to level tanks and healers. Because even if you're doing lower level dungeons, if you're using the hero in need bonus, gives you that little bit extra, which scales with your level. Oh, thereafter. It'll be nice to finally have a bit of a rest, eh? The job never ends, but even a dimber-damber like myself needs to breathe every now and again. On your venturing mates must be wondering where you've got to. It was a proper long assignment, but I'm glad you decided to see it through. You've proven to be a stalwart protector of the code, even if this ain't truly your world. When you walk back into the Lightmans, you'll have to find your own code to uphold. And when you do, you'll have the skills you learned in the shadows to help you defend it. Well, that's more than enough prittle-prattle out of me. Your travels might take you far and wide, but know you're always welcome here at the Sisters. After, keeping your stabbers sharpened, I hope, because I've got a job to be done, and I reckon the dimber-damber what put the executions on the chopping block is just the one to do the doing. My men have sighted some shifty types around Wineport of late. Not code-breaking curs, so far as I know, and that's the rub. We don't know half as much as we'd like. They claim to be simple peasants, refugees from some far-flung realm, but I don't know how many peasants that skulk about in the Darklands as much as they've been doing. As long as they're not breaking the code, they can do as they please, but being who we are, it falls on us to look into the matter and make sure that's all bob. As my gut tells me this may be a two-road job, I've sent Underfoot on ahead, so pull on your best beta cases, head to Wineport and meet him there. Time to become a ninja! And then Dragoon. Which, by the time that we've done Dragoon, that might be all I have time for today. After, when Jack said he'd be sending one of the guild's canniest morts along after me, I had a feeling it might be you. Now, I'd love to tell you old Underfoot's already whittled the whole scrap on our friends, but truth is I've turned up more questions than answers. They claim to hail from the South Sea Isles, but little birds at Mealvin's gate swear to the last man that that's some piss-poor mummery. There's no record of any such ships sailing into port. Looks like it falls to you and me to take a closer snilch, eh? Hope you brought your sharpest stabbers, as there's no telling who we're... Did you hear that, lass? Either old Underfoot's gone daft, or some mort just screamed out for dear life. Something tells me our little task is about to take a turn for the interesting. What do you say we go see what's what? Have mercy! I'm but a simple milkmaid with not a single gill to my name. Rest easy, lass. My friend and I don't mean you no harm. Though I must say you got me curious. Just what in the name of the 12 happened here? I'd just come to town to purchase some supplies. No sooner had I walked through the gates when I was suddenly accosted by 3 burly drunkards who demanded that I hand over all my possessions. To my good fortunes, it seems the men had partaken a bit too heavily. When they saw the meagre contents of my coin purse, they began to squabble among themselves. A fistfight ensued, and before I knew it, the 3 men were lying on the ground as you see them now. Sounds like Nemea smiled upon you today, lass. Then might I suggest you be a bit more careful on your next visit. All manner of scurvy sorts frequent these parts, and you'll find that not all of them are blundering lackwits like the friends here. Thank you for your concern, and rest assured that I will take your word to heart. Good day to the both of you. How are you going to buy supplies if you had no money? Well, after, how did the girl's wit strike you? You too. Sticking the very same. Squabbling amongst themselves? Just look. There's barely a scratch on any of these louts. I'd wager there's more to the rum doxy than what she's letting on. Come, let's go on the drag and see what she might be hiding. Freaking bats. I love Halloween. And a right mess we've got here. You reckon these coves got on the wrong side of our lass? One thing's for sure, they're no more peasant than you and I. One look at those stabbers tells me as much. I failed. I beg of you, take this and return it to Master Oboro, to Lady Tsubame. It's too late. Poor sod's dead. As for this stone, your guess is as good as mine. Lucky charm of sorts, mayhap? Any road, we best start moving our do-beaters before the lass gets away. The footprints lead in the direction of Upper Lenosha. I don't quite know why it's not showing the quest marker on my normal map, but okay. She hides behind a tree, as if that could hide her from me. She didn't really think she could fool me with those silly rags, did she? Or did she? Perhaps she's not as clever as we believed. And a mysterious saviour rushes to the damsel's defence. Such bravery, such compassion, such folly. Little does she know that this girl is more than capable of taking care of herself. And right on cue, Oboro the Dim leaps onto the scene to save his dear little swallow in the most unsurprising surprise attack the realm has ever seen. Cease your ramblings, Karasu, before I rip that tongue from your bloody beak. Yow! Our hero is wounded, a stab through the heart. His childhood friends stand before him, blades drawn and hate in their eyes. Oh, the tragedy of it all. The audience sobs. And what's this? A couple of bit players who have forgotten to leave the stage? Did no one tell them that their part in this play is long since over? Oh-ho! And the faceless rogue shows surprising skill. Perhaps she has a role to play. I will say this much. Unlike a certain someone, at least you intrigue me. But other matters demand our hero's attention, and so the first act must draw to a close. Come, my pet. Wait, Karasu! Ever quick to retreat, that one. The two from Wineport. Did you follow me here? Beg pardon, miss. My friend and I are here on behalf of the dutiful sisters, and you, sister, have some questions to answer. I've lived on the underbelly of society long enough to recognise when a man's more than he seems. So make this easy for us, lass. Just who exactly are you, and what are you doing here? And here's hoping for both your sakes that it doesn't involve breaking no code. So, you are the rogues of whom I have heard so much. Forgive me, we were remiss in not seeking you out sooner. Very well, you shall know all there is to know. My name is Oboro, and she is Tsubame. We hail from a village in Doma, several thousand malms across the sea. We are... but perhaps you have no word for what we are. In our own tongue, one might call us shinobi? Doma, the imperial province? The same, though it did not have to be so. Our countrymen fought with honour against the might of Garlemald. What we lacked in number, we made up for with martial prowess. It was a battle we could have won, had we not been betrayed by one of our own. Our every secret, our every move known to our foe, the tide of battle turned on the morrow. Thousands of our countrymen were slaughtered, and at day's end, Doma remained under the imperial yoke. The traitorous Kerr joined the imperial ranks as chief of their covert operatives, and so they say. That is the man you just met, Karasu, though I'm loath to call him a man. To this day, he whispers in the ears of the Garleans, making a mockery of those who once called him friend and brother. But no longer. We have come to Eorzea at our village elder's behest to see that Karasu pays for his crimes with his life. Come to mill a treacherous rook who blew the gab on his comrades. You sound like a right Benicove. Consider old Underfoot impressed. Forgive me, this land and its tongue are still new to us. Nonetheless, we were able to lure Karasu here, but more than a few of our comrades gave their lives in the effort. And now this. Was their sacrifice for naught? Ah, you have my gratitude. When one of our kind falls, tradition dictates that we return their soul to the village, that it may rest with our ancestors. What? Our fallen brother's soul calls out to this woman? Could it be a sign? Are we fated to fight as one? I would make you an offer. We will instruct you in our art, the art of ninjutsu. In return, you will share with us your knowledge of this land, that it might serve us in our mission. But Oboro, she is not Doman. She is not of the village. Look around you, Sabami. Our brothers and sisters are fallen or gravely wounded, and today's failure makes it all too clear. We cannot hope to stand against Karasu without knowing the lay of the land. Can't say I'm thrilled at the prospect of losing a dimber-damber like yourself, but hells, in my younger days I'd like been keen to try my fams at some of those techniques myself. And the more my wattles take in, the more these two strike me as better and better folks. If you're keen to lend them your daddles, I'll not be the one to stand in your way. If you would know more, come to the dock storehouse at Raincatcher Gully. We shall await you there. Who'd have figured, eh? Anyway, the choice is yours. In the meantime, I'm going to head back to Limsa and report to Jack before he comes and gives me a good clout in the knob. Well, what Jack does to you in the privacy of your own headquarters is none of my business. Whether he clouts you on the knob or not. Alright, do I do all of the Dragoon quests so that we can be done with them? Or do I do some MSQ and we do the Dragoon stuff tomorrow? You went through a dungeon with a bunch of noobs. Your tank didn't even know how to aggro skill. What dungeon was it? And so we meet again. Am I to take your presence to mean that you have chosen to accept our offer? You. Thank you. I speak not only for myself and Tsubame, but for our entire village when I say that you have our profound gratitude. What I would tell you next, I would tell you out of earshot of strangers. Yakubu has been instructed to let only trusted visitors through the doors behind me. When he speaks to you, Ayame, you are to answer Kaede. You need not know what the words mean, only that they will grant you entrance. There's only Copperbell mines, but heavy pulls and aggro everywhere. Oh yeah, if they're doing heavy pulls, they should know. But for Copperbell, I can understand if it was a if it was a sprout tank, they may not know. Dragoon stuff tomorrow might not be a bad idea. Okay. Ayame. Hayade. And that's a wide stance, my guy. Super solid. Welcome after. You stand within the provincial base of operations my people have established in your land of Eorzea. It may not look like much, either without or within, but that is precisely the point. We find it an ideal vantage point from which to observe the comings and goings of Karasu and his men without attracting undue attention to ourselves. My fallen brother saw you as a worthy inheritor to his soul. To honor his memory, I entrust it to you. But soul alone will not make you a shinobi. No, this will require training of the body and mind. Our art, the art of ninjutsu, originated with our ancestors many years ago. Since then, it has been passed down with each generation, mother to daughter, father to son. We draw power from the world around us, the heaven, the earth, and the hearts of man, and channel this power into physical form. I am told that this is similar to your concept of aether, was it? I must confess that Eorzean words and ways remain unfamiliar to me. How does one channel this power, you ask? Through the use of mudra. Hand gestures that call forth each of the three forms of power of energy of which I spoke. The first mudra I will teach you will call power from the heavens. In Doma, we call this Ten. You are eager to learn, yes? Attune your soul to that of my fallen brother, and approach me once more. It is then that your training will begin. Cool. Hey, Logic. You want to take on Titan? Now, I won't lie. Ninja is actually one of the classes that I have macros for. In that I have macros. Jesus Christ, yeah. I have my ninjutsu 90 on my main. Whoops. But yeah, so I have macros for all of the different ninjutsu on my Steam Deck, my Stream Deck. Because doing it in-game isn't viable in combat, but on the Stream Deck I can set up a different macro which is actually viable. Potentially, anyway. Doesn't always work the best, but it works. Right, what is currently in need? Healer. Which means that if we go... Fuck it, let's do Scholar. And let's do the Naval, but I also need to make sure that I set... Was it character setting? Skip playback. Previously viewed scenario, because I had this come up on a roulette. I need to watch the cutscene for the stream. Look, an overdweller. Yes, yes, an invader from above. He uses our aetherites against us. She has defiled Titan's sacred sanctuary. Trespassed, violated, defiled. Overdwellers must leave. Overdwellers must die. Brothers and sisters, fear her not. Her fate shall be decided by the Lord of Crags. Hear me, Overdweller. You and your treacherous brethren must be held to account for breaking of the covenant. You shall be first to face judgment. Then Limsa Laminsa and her oath-breakers, liars, betrayers, oath-breakers. O great father, lord of crags, Titan, we summon you! Titan, we summon you! That's right. He's basically a golem. Looking like a roided out Goron. He is come! He is come! The Lord of Crags Titan is come! Overdweller, art thou deaf to their weeping? Thy vile kin, thy vile kind coveteth ever the blessing of the land, and murdereth my children by the score, all in service to greed. Such sins are beyond pardon. Ah, but I am not the first to suffer thy defiance. Thou didst bring Ifrit low. Godless overdweller, thy myriad heresies shall not go unpunished. Upon thee shall I wreak a terrible vengeance. Okay. I'll be honest. Titan normal is a piece of piss. The only thing that you need to watch out for is he does have the ability to push you out of bounds, which is an instant death. So if that attack hits me, it would push me off the platform, most likely, and I would die. But the platform's pretty big for normal Titan. It's once you get to the harder versions that it starts to actually become a concern. And he's put the Dancer in jail, which means that they can't do anything. And unlike the bubble from the whatever the fuck it was enemy, the salamander thing that we fought in Longstop, you can't break that one from the inside. It can only be broken from the outside. And if it doesn't get broken, it'll do enough damage to pretty much kill you. Maybe not on this version, but on the harder ones, it definitely does enough damage to probably kill most people. There we go. Titan down. The Lord of Crags, great father Titan, has fallen. And we get a shiny new crystal. Only 2 left. The crimes of the Overdweller shall never be forgiven. Never forgiven! No, no, never! 'Twas your kin who broke the covenant. We have acted only in the defense of our lands. Cease your aggression, or never will there be peace. Until our dying breaths, we shall defy you, deny, decry, defy. Oh, hey, Nero. Now, these are the readings one would suspect of an icon. I've seen enough. We proceed as planned. Are you sure that is wise, my lord? Your curiosity is untested and unproven. We do not yet know its true capabilities. Then trust in mine, Ritatin. My curiosity, as you so eloquently put it, would have bested Titan in the blink of an eye. Why, if there be truth to the legends, it could readily subjugate the whole of Eorzea given but a little while longer. Is that not so? It is. No greater single power has ever been conceived, much less realized. What you say may well be true, but while such devices may win battles, I do not believe they will serve to change the course of this war. Oh, but they will! Have a little faith, my friend. I cannot endorse this course of action. Fool. And now she has a fourth. Fascinating. Carry on, Crystal Bearer. Far though you have come, your work is far from done. Naught remaining to mark his passing. Well, the Ashians are nothing if not elusive. It is of little wonder that they would cast advanced teleportation magics at will. That they would choose to consort with the Empire. What common goal could they possibly share? I feared I might arrive too late, but I see you had the matter well in hand. I've taken measures to ensure that we are not pursued, yet I cannot say how long they will hold. Take your leave while the kobolds are still in disarray. I will follow anon. There is something I must investigate before I depart. I will teleport you to the Aetheryte in Zelma's Run, and we will rendezvous at Camp Bronze Lake. Agreed? Sweet. And yeah, there wasn't another cutscene upon leaving. I don't believe. So there's that's us caught up on story. I'm relieved to see you well, but come, let us discuss our next step. Oh, I shouldn't do that on... Yeah. I should either do that as ninja... No, I should do it as ninja because that's the lowest level I have. Though word will already have reached Maelstrom Command, protocol requires that a representative of our order inform the High Commander of the mission's success. The honor is rightfully yours. Once again, I must commend you on a job well done. We shall speak again soon. It's good to see you, Lieutenant Bunn. Word of your triumph reached me some while ago, but I'm pleased to have it personally confirmed. First Ifrit and now Titan. Truly, when I think of your achievements, I feel the loss of the Warriors of Light less keenly. And there can be no greater compliment than that. You and your order are heroes. Suffice it to say, we are glad to have a scion in our ranks. I shall relay the details of your report to the Admiral forthwith. Please send my regards to the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Until next time, Lieutenant. After, this is Minfilia. Y'shtola has informed me of your success. You have won a great victory for the people of Eorzea, one that shall not be forgotten. And what is more, both you and Y'shtola emerged from Ogomoro unscathed. Why, Tataru and the others seemed as glad of that as they did of Titan's fall. You can look forward to a hero's welcome. We'll be waiting for your return at the Waking Sands. There's much to discuss. Godspeed. While we're here... Pardon me. I just remembered that oh wait, no, not the armoire. I want the glamour dresser. Because I have some shoes that I need to hand over. Yeah. I bought them. Thank you, Ryan. I don't like that. And I kind of like that as a prim and proper looking one, but I do want him for that. There we go. Cool. That is all. She looks like a street worker. How kind. Before we head over to the Waking Sands, should check on my retainers. That's not terrible. I should actually send them off on their long ones. So that's going to take 18 hours for them to come back from. Sweet! Let's go. What I am going to do is just hide those. And now we look nice and pretty for the cutscenes. Although I suppose I do need to reapply to get the shoes. There we go. Ah! What happened here? This one is glad. Walking one is safe.
We'll be awaiting your return at the Waking Sands. There is much to discuss. Godspeed. Thank heaven she is safe. Louis Soir, do you see? Your light shines brightly in this one, and in time, it will illuminate the realm once more. Oh!
Advance no further!
We have come for the one who slayed Ifrit and Titan. Bring her forth, and you may yet know mercy.
Well, they seem like lovely people.
Confound it. Stay out of sight. I would leave a message with you. I surrender myself, on the condition you spare the innocents.
Conditions? There speaks the Supreme Sire. I'll grant you have courage, but you would be better served by armor.
Search all you will. The one you seek is not here.
So it would seem.
And yet you knew to look here. But how?
Hold that thought.
Ouch.
No!
Perfect voice acting.
Conditions of surrender denied.
Cease at once!
Have you not done enough?
The thing that doesn't make sense there is they're killing some of them, but Eorzea, Papalimo, Ida, they're all taken alive. Because plot armor.
Perhaps. Enough. We must away. Though we have not found our quarry, the High Priestess of the Scions should suffice for now. They say she also possesses the Echo. I cannot wait to hear her scream. I said enough! We leave. Bring the prisoners.
Walking one Minfilia asked this one too. In case Walking One returned, this one was to say at church in Eastern Thanlan, Walking One must claim sanctuary. This one tried to protect Walking One Minfilia from Imperial ones. Forgive this one. Save. I cry every time. Like I didn't already hate the Empire. I wonder who it could be that we're going to meet. Oh! Well, that's telling of how much I've played this. Oh wait, no, to be fair, yeah, this is my ninja tile set, so no, that actually does make sense. Did I guess I left the wrong... Yeah, I did. I left the wrong exit. Whoopsie. Is something troubling you, my child? You have the look of one who has endured great suffering. If there is anything I can do to help, anything at all, you need only ask. The wild roses are dead, father, and I know not what to do. The wild roses? I see. You may speak freely here. We are all friends of the Scions. How could this have happened? And you are certain that Minfilia was among those taken by the Garleans? Let us pray no further harm comes to them. You may stay here for as long as you wish. It is the least I can do for a friend of Minfilia's. I have known her since she was but a child. Well do I recall the day of our first meeting. I swore then to do everything in my power to support her, and I will gladly offer the same service to her brother and sister Scions. So please, no matter what you require, you need not hesitate to ask. Marquise, would you come here for a moment? Yes, father? If you require assistance, pray speak with Marx. He is a trifle shy, but I assure you he means well. I should explain. Marx is a survivor of the Battle of Cartano. Alas, his experience took a terrible toll upon his mind. Had we not taken him into our care, he would surely have perished in the desert. Marx, I want you to look after. Do you understand? Look after. Okay? Yes, father. Excuse me, after? Do you have a moment? It concerns this broken horologe, which was found in the pocket of a man brought here for burial. There's something familiar about it, but just what I cannot say. Perhaps if I tinker with the device, it'll come to me. However, I lack the proper tools to do so. I would ask that you journey to Camp Drybone in my stead to obtain a bull-point chisel and a pair of needle-nosed pincers. They are often used by goldsmiths, so perhaps they would be the best people to ask. Of course, I do not expect you to foot the bill. Here, take this coin purse. That should cover it. That's right. So I kill Big Rock Man, and most of the people that I know have been kidnapped. Nothing like being rewarded for a job well done. A bullpoint chisel, you say, and a pair of needle-nose pincers? Those things don't come cheap, you know. Balls, balls! I mean, yes, that should be sufficient payment. Nice doing business with you. Wait, where am I going again? I keep thinking it's supposed to be up here for some reason. No idea why. Have you brought the tools I requested? Something occurs to me. Please, wait here for a moment. It was for naught, though I repaired the device easily. This sensation that stirs within me remains a mystery. But how? How did I do it? These hands, my hands, they moved with a mind of their own, deftly manipulating the clockwork mechanisms. There was no doubt or uncertainty. I knew exactly what to do, as though I had performed the same motions countless times before. Pardon me after, this was a mistake. Please, give the horologe to Sister Eluned. The man who once owned it is currently in her care, and I think it best that it be returned to him. Good evening to you, madam. Have you come to pay your respects to this man? Never before have I seen such a queer device. You say that it measures the passing of time. Mayhap they are more common in Garlemald. I'm given to understand that its cities are filled with all manner of amazing technologies. Marcus said that it belonged to the deceased. Oh dear, you don't suppose that the owner might have been a Garlean spy? May behoove us to notify the authorities in Camp Drybone. But mayhap more importantly, how did Marcus manage to repair this device? I knew he had talent for the trades, but this goes far beyond mending fences and thatching roofs. I recognize you now. Allow me to express my deepest condolences for those who lost their lives in the attack. I apologize if discussing this upsets you, but you should know that the bodies of your comrades are presently being removed from the waking sands and prepared for transport here. If you wish to leave this work to others, I understand. However, taking part might help you to find closure. Frey, return to the waking sands. To fetch the dead bodies of your comrades. Yay. It's after 8 o'clock. Okay, so I could level my miner and my carpenter. Neither of which are classes that I actively want to level, but that's fine. Eh? You don't look like one of them church fellas. Not that I'll turn you away, no sir. As you can see, we've got a pile of unidentified bodies over yonder. No one's come to claim them, so off to the lich yard they go. Be thankful you didn't have to go inside and see the carnage for yourself. It's the stuff of nightmares, I tell you. Goddamn's Imperial. Don't know what quarrel they had with these folk, and I sure as hell don't want to know. The sooner we put this behind us, the better. Say, ain't I seen you round before? Or do you just have one of them faces? Never mind. Anyway, there's a carriage come to haul the bodies to the lich yard out by the east gate. There's only 8 left to the load up, but seeing as I'm exhausted from carrying all the others, I've a mind to leave the remainder to you. Might want to cover your nose while you work. Some of these folk are starting to turn. Well, this is nice. I'm so glad that they're letting us pick up the dead bodies of our compatriots. And the fact that Neuraxia's body is here is a bit of a slap, isn't it? Like, all of the other ones are just unnamed scions. That's... We only had the one sylph. What happened to the big fella? Forget it. Just bring the next batch and toss them in the back. Ain't like they'll complain if you're rough. Well, ain't you a strong one? 4 in one trip. Reckon there's no need for me to lend you a hand with the rest, then. I mean, carrying 4 dead bodies in one go is quite impressive, to be honest. But they do turn to flowers in my inventory, and, you know, I can easily carry more than 4 flowers. Come on, come on, let's finish this before I die of old age. That should be all of them. Thanks for the help. Reckon it won't take too long to deliver all the corpses to the Lich Yard. Even so, you might want to hurry back and tell them that our work here is done. I'm still quite hungry. And as much as I could just keep snacking, I could also order. It's not too late. When are these open till? I've got a bit longer. I see that you decided to heed my advice. I pray that in doing so you found some small measure of peace. The first carriage from Vesper Bay arrived not long ago, and we've begun preparing your comrades for burial. I had a hand in the initial rites, and I would like you to know that for many, death came quickly. Rest assured that we will treat them with the utmost respect and do everything we can to shepherd them to Thal's realm. Although we can perform rites for most of the scions, there is one whom we cannot accept. We would like you to return this one to her people, the Sylphs of Little Solace. It is only proper that she be given into the care of her friends and family, so that they may mourn her in accordance with Sylphic traditions. Well, this is cheery. To be fair, actually I should order now because it might take an hour to get here. Bear with me one moment. Alright. Now how will you refer to her? Or him? I don't really know what the correct gender for the sylphs are, because in my head they all seem feminine. But I think that's just because I tend to associate the Fae with feminine. This one is surprised to see Walking One and Little Solace. How can this one assist Walking One? Here! Dead body. Neuraxia! But this one does not understand. Comuxio, this one has heard much wailing. This one would know what has caused such distress. Terrible news, Elder One! Awful news! Walking One has returned to Little Solace. But why? These ones have not requested further aid. Neuraxia? How did this happen? Explain everything to this one at once. So not only Neuraxia, but many of Walking One's friends were lost as well. Neuraxia! Neuraxia went to Thanline at the behest of this one. Walking One was with Neuraxia at the end. Tell this one that Neuraxia was brave. Tell this one that Neuraxia did not suffer. This one is glad to hear Walking One's words. Thank you for bringing Neuraxia home, Walking One. These ones also wish to thank Praying Ones. Tell Praying Ones these ones will remember this kindness. This one demands vengeance. Imperial Ones must pay. Imperial Ones must suffer. When the time comes for Walking Ones to face Imperial Ones, do not forget these ones. These ones would not have Neuraxia's death be for naught. These ones will fight. Get a fresh drink, and then I probably need to go and close the other window in a second. Ugh. We thank you for your service to the church and to the sylphs. You may be pleased to know that in your absence we interred the remaining scions in the Lich Yard. Perhaps you still wish to do more for your friends? If so, I would remind you that you have already done so much on their behalf. Please, take a rest and set aside your burdens for now. Ding! I'm not imagining it. I know I'm being watched. This is different. Sinister. It's as if I'm under observation. The feeling comes and goes, but I feel it when I last ventured outside. I know I felt it. Will you look outside for me, please? It'll only take a moment. Who could have foreseen this? Ow. You little bitch. You were attacked, weren't you? Are you unharmed? Thank the gods. I knew it. He was watching me, but why was he watching me? What did he want with me? Did he, perhaps, know something of my past? If only I could have asked him. I need to think. Please, allow me a moment alone. Wait, Father Iliad must hear of this. Will you tell him for me? It's important. I think others may come for me again. Heavens for Fen, that such a thing would happen on holy ground. Do you have any idea who this man was? Did you notice anything distinctive about his garb or possessions? He was an Imperial. This is Garlean steel, which means the man who was watching Marx was... Make haste to Camp Drybone at once. We must summon the immortal flames before more Imperials come. Hey, Alphino. With your shoes and their exhaust fumes.
I fondly hoped that I might be the first to speak with you. Would that I had been so fortunate. At ease, adventurer. I come not on behalf of the Empire. On the contrary, I mean to revive the scions of the Seventh Dawn. And to that end, I have come in search of a legend. The greatest engineer of our time, Master Sid Garland. I have come for you.
What?
I fear you are mistaken, child. He is but a poor soul who bore witness to the horrors at Cartano. I beg of you, leave us in peace.
Wait, Hear me, Sid. Eorzea needs you.
Sid, was it? Here, these belong to you. I thought you bore the mark of greatness. It seems that I was right. Our time together was all too brief, but it felt as though my son had returned to me. You have brought joy to an old man's life. But it is time for you to help those who truly need you.
I hit things with a hammer.
Who are you? Alphino Leveilleur, at your service. As a scion of the Seventh Dawn, I stand against our primal and imperial foes, as my grandfather once did. 'Tis no secret what befell our order at the Waking Sands. Word has already spread across Eorzea. The repercussions are far greater than you realize. In the wake of the calamity, the three city-states focused their efforts solely on reconstruction, leaving the scions to combat the primal threat unaided. And lo, we are all but destroyed. Yet even as the nations mourn our demise and abandon what little hope they have left, we cannot forsake our duty, now least of all. The Ixal have summoned Garuda once more, and she torments the people of Kurthus as we speak.
Sweet, I get to murder another primal?
Her appetite for destruction far exceeds that of other primals. Worse, in her present incarnation, our Baldessian colleagues believe she surpasses both Ifrit and Titan in strength. Yet, therein lies an opportunity. Were we somehow to defeat Garuda, it would serve as a warning to the other beast tribes that even their mightiest gods can be felled. If we are to face our foe, we must first circumvent the tempest that shields her sanctuary. And for that, we need an airship. Your airship, Sid.
I have an airship?
Yes, Sid, you do. Your very own airship. It was last seen in the skies over Gridania, not long before the Calamity. So let us begin our search there.
An airship? My airship? Oh, wait.
Damn!
Come, let us put an end to the primals. Together, we will show the world that the Scions are still a force to be reckoned with.
They need my airship. They need me.
I may or may not have beard envy. Bear with me one moment. Okay, back to it. What a curious twist of fate that Master Sid Garland would at last be found within our church. It defies imagination. Beg your pardon, After. You wish to find his airship, yes? I know not how much truth there is to it, but there is a tale known as the final flight of the Enterprise, which grew popular in the wake of the Calamity. Much like the Great Gobu Wall of Uldar, it states that the Enterprise flew northwest from Gridania towards Kurthus. If true, the airship would have passed through the North Shroud, likely over Folgord Float, the closest settlement to Kurthus. Mayhap the Serpent Station there have records of the events that transpired that day? I had hoped you might rest from your journeys for a time, but I see that the world still has need of you and the Scions. Pray, look after yourself, and Sid after. That's right, look after yourself and Sid after. In an emergency situation, put your mask on first, then help others. Or some shit. Is there aught I can assist you with, miss? The Enterprise? You speak of Master Garland's ship, yes? I needn't refer to the records. I know that the airship was sighted overhead 5 years ago. Clearly bound for Kurthus. What became of it after that, I can't say. If you wish to know more, pray speak with Vortifart at Florental Spire. He was on duty that day and saw it with his own eyes. I'm unsure what it is that you hope to accomplish, though, even should you locate the ship. Would you not need a man of Master Garland's caliber to fly it? I hear tell that the machinery is fiendishly complex. It's lucky that we just so happen to know 2 engineers that we saw on an airship fleeing from the Empire not all that long ago. That won't be significant. You've come in search of Vortifart, then well met, for you have found him. Indeed, I have served as a whaler for many years, since before the Great Snows came to Kurthus. What exactly is this about? Ah, the final flight of the Enterprise. I do indeed remember that day. What the fuck happened then? It was on the eve of the Battle of Cartano, nigh on 5 years ago. I held the spire alone that night, while the bulk of our forces marched to meet the enemy in the field. Then, all of a sudden, the most fantastic airship I'd ever seen splits the sky overhead. I could only watch in shock as it disappeared over the mountains to the northwest. If the Enterprise wasn't destroyed during the Calamity, I'd wager it's still somewhere in Kurthus. The astrologians at the observatorium may have recorded records which could help, but to obtain them you would need to deal with the Ishgardians who control the region. I wouldn't expect much, though. The high houses have long been concerned with their own affairs above all else. When Dalamud descended, they took shelter behind their gates. Even now, they've little regard for the plights of other nations. Nevertheless, they may deign to assist you should you prove yourself useful. Consider providing your services to the soldiers who guard the observatorium. Though they may refuse you at first, I have little doubt they would accept aid freely offered. Is there a teleport? No, well, there's Dragonhead, yeah. But there isn't one there. But that's fine. Maybe I should have taken a chocobo. Oh, I couldn't have because I haven't spoken to the chocobo keep here. Now I can! Excuse me, can you repeat that? You wish to offer your services to House Durandare? And what, pray tell, do you wish to receive in exchange? Ha! How absurd! As if we would permit an outsider to peruse the records of the observatorium. Do not mistake our courtesy for friendliness. The Holy See of Ishgard may allow foreigners to travel freely within these lands. But we do not intend to offer succor to strangers. Lord have mercy, are you still here? You may take shelter within our walls if you insist, but do not distract me while I'm on duty. We're stretched thin as it is. And where in the hells is that knight I sent out on patrol? He should have returned ages ago. Perhaps I have a use for you after all. If you still wish to aid us, search the wilds to the west for my missing man. You will know him by his uniform, that of House Durandare, as is mine. What's that blue quest? Oh, I think this is the quest for Zamil Darkhold that I already have access to. It is indeed. That's kind of funny. Because I literally have already done the Darkhold multiple times. And I unlocked it as part of a... part of a thingy for the Grand Company. It's a very important macro. Don't care, just give me the experience. Thank you! Yeah, so there's a macro which is literally to draw your weapon and then sit immediately. And all it does is make it so that you see the weapon effect that you would have if your weapon were drawn without having to have it drawn. So glowy weapons will glow even if you've not wielded them. Very, very useful macro. These look like Ishgardians. I mean, at the very least, they're Eorzea. If it wasn't for you, miss, I reckon they would have finished me off. Despicable dragon-loving bastards. Death was a mercy they didn't deserve. Afraid the rumours were mistaken, but this confirms the worst. I must immediately inform my superiors that the heretics are operating within this region. Fare thee well. I must say, I didn't actually expect you to find my knight, much less rescue him. You see, I may have been premature in my judgment, miss. We are a proud people, beholden to tradition, but that does not mean we are without humility. I shall instruct the astrologians to entertain your request. However, understand that it is ultimately their decision whether or not you may peruse their records. Pray, proceed to the observatorium and introduce yourself to Edmel. Fucking stupid-ass hat bastards. Ah, the lady come in search of the airship. This is highly unorthodox. Whatever could Sir Ludovor been thinking? It is true that we maintain meticulous records which stretch back generations. However, because this information is used to chart Dravanian activity, access is strictly controlled. One can never be too careful with heretics and their sympathizers lurking about. If you would persist with your inquiries, pray seek an audience with Chief Astrologian Forlamolt up ahead. Ishgardian names. This could be an issue. This tower is a pain even when you can fly. No, absolutely not. Have you any inkling what it is that you ask? Were our records to fall into the wrong hands, it could change the course of a war which has raged for generations. I speak not of some mere spat between Southron nations. Ours is a holy crusade, and we are the arbiters of Belone's will. I will not put our great nation at risk. Certainly not to help a foreigner locate a missing airship, of all things. Pardon the intrusion, Forlamalt. I wish to speak with you regarding the recent... Oh, did not realize you had a guest. Inquisitor Guilliam, you honor us with your presence, sir. The lady was just leaving. Ah, you must be the one who rescued House Durandair's knight from those heretics. Doubtless they feel indebted to you. I'm told you seek an airship last seen in Kurthus 5 years ago, yes? You come to us at an inconvenient time, I fear. Much has changed in the intervening years, and little for the better. While I wish you the best of luck in your search, I would also strongly advise caution. The snow can come quickly in Kurthus. One moment you may feel as though you have a firm grasp of your surroundings, safe and secure in your knowledge, and the next you may find yourself in a wholly unfamiliar situation, blind to the dangers hidden by the blizzard. It would be wise for you to focus on a single landmark while travelling. Do not give in to temptation and deviate from your course. I was not aware you aided House Durandair in that fashion. Thank you, madam. Nevertheless, my decision stands. I cannot give you what you seek. Hey, we finally got Death Blossom. You there, madam. I cannot help but overhear your conversation with the chief astrologian. There may be a way I can assist you, but it would require that you perform for me a favour in exchange. An associate of mine is yet to return from his expedition to the cliffs east of the observatorium. He was adamant that he could conduct his observations alone, despite the presence of Ixal in that vicinity. If you would seek out this astrologian and confirm that he is well, it would be a great comfort to me. Geronimo! Boink. Yes, even though this mount doesn't touch the ground, I just took full damage. Okay, well, I should be able to get the ninja up probably to level 40 before I need to think about switching to Lancer. What a relief to see someone other than a goddamn birdman. I thought I could finish my work while the Ixal were away, but they returned far quicker than I anticipated. It was all I could do to hide and hope that they might leave again before I froze to... Wait, who are you? You're not one of our knights. A man of House Durandare cannot be seen in the company of an unbeliever. Good day, madam. Fuck you. And now I get to go all the way up the tower again. What was it you were saying facts to? The fact that this tower is a pain in the ass? Or that the flying mount took full damage? Fair. The arrogant fool returned not long before you arrived. Muttering about the disgrace of having been rescued by an unbeliever. Serves him right for underestimating the dangers our knights face every day. Ah, you are eager to locate your airship. It may surprise you that by saving him you've already aided your own cause. House Durandare is quick to regard outsiders with suspicion, as it is their duty to sound the alarm at the first sign of Dravanian aggression. Yet you've already aided them twice, for which they are honour bound to repay you. Even so, they will not grant you access to the Observatorium's records. That is just as well, for there are other ways you might find your missing airship. What I propose is that you petition Lord Portelaine for an official introduction to the other high houses. The word of House Durandare carries tremendous weight in Ishgard. Should the captain consent, you would have little trouble obtaining information from the other high houses. Right, I need to keep an ear out now for my food. Of course, quite a stir in your short time here. First, you slay 2 heretics and save a knight. And now I hear you've rescued a man of our house. I imagine you must desire something for your troubles? An introduction to the other high houses. I cannot deny that you have given us no cause to distrust you, but while you have performed 2 acts, you'd have me endorse you to 3 high houses? It's only fitting that you aid us one final time, wouldn't you agree? Now, I understand you are very eager to find your missing airship. Worry not. This task should take a woman of your skills but a moment to complete. Not long ago, a porter bound for Skyfire Locks was ambushed on the road due west of here. Though he escaped with his life, he would very much like his wares as well. On the off chance any portion of his shipment remains, I would have you travel to the scene of the robbery and bring back what you find. Lest you intend to perform only a cursory search, bear in mind that recovering the stolen merchandise will endear you to House Helionart, further improving the chances that they indulge your request for aid. Yeah, there's a lot of pomp and bureaucracy and bullshit with the Ishgardians. I've got my AoE. Excuse me, chimkin tendies. Training's done, then my retainers will also be done in a minute. Have you good tidings to share? Or better yet, stolen merchandise to show? God bless you, friend. It's all here. Every last... Ah, but wait, that chest over there looks like it might have been pillaged. Bloody hell, so that's the personal property of Lord Francel, too. Are you certain? Clearly an attempt was made to open it, but the lock appears to have held. Nevertheless, if you wish to verify the contents against your shipping manifest, be my guest. Fury take me! A draconian rosary? In the possession of Lord Francel? Yet, perhaps this is not so difficult to fathom. House Helionart is whispered to be infested with heretics. Thank you for bringing this matter to my attention, Miss. I shall inform the Inquisitors immediately. Under these circumstances, I must strongly advise against associating with House Helionart. Your other introductions will need to be postponed as well. It is the duty of every Ishgardian to root out and destroy heretics. All else must wait until this matter is resolved. But alas, and listen well, it's for your ears only. Lord Francel is no heretic. He is a goodly, righteous man, wholly dedicated to the cause. I know this because I served House Helionart for years prior to the Calamity. You must go to Skyfire Locks and warn him of the coming storm. The Inquisitors are ruthless and will spare him no mercy. Speak to him of an Edelweiss, and he will know you for a friend. Now go. didn't realise that I was already dealing with Ishgardians before Heaven's War. Hey, Francel. Yes? You look as though you have something to say. Do you? Is that an Edelweiss in your pocket, or are you happy to meet me? I see Sir Carolar has not forgotten my mother's favourite flower. A pity it has not been seen in Kurthus since the Calamity. You may speak freely here, friend. That's absurd. I would sooner die than become a thrall of the dragons. Alas, it matters little what I say at this point. Although the Draconian Rosary was not found in my possession, it will still be considered by many to be proof of my heresy. I must do my utmost to prove my innocence to the Inquisitors, for if they harbour even the slightest doubt, this will only add weight to the incessant accusations our house has suffered of late. It's as though the gods themselves are plotting our fall. You risk much by coming here. It is only proper that I recompense you for this deed. Tell me what you desire, and I shall do my best to provide. A missing airship? I see. It may require a prolonged effort to locate your quarry. I shall direct you to one in better situation to assist you. Lord Harshafont of House Fortemps commands the garrison at Camp Dragonhead. Present to him this letter of introduction, and he will surely be receptive to your needs. Thanks, Franzo. Hey, Harshafon. Ah, the unmistakable swagger of a well-travelled adventurer. You are come to pay your respects. Be at ease, friend. I am not one to stand on formality. Truth be told, I would gladly welcome many and more brave souls like yourself. But enough chatter. Pray, tell me, why have you come? If there is any justice in this world, these charges will receive no serious consideration. It is beyond inconceivable. Ah, yes, the letter made mention of a pressing matter for which you required assistance. What might that be? So this enterprise you speak of was last seen above Kurthus before the Calamity 5 years ago. Here it may prove difficult to find any eyewitnesses to these events. While Ishgard did not participate in the Battle of Cartano, we were embroiled in our own internal conflicts at the time. Nevertheless, I will make inquiries on your behalf and share with you my findings in the future. In the meantime, please enjoy the hospitality of Camp Dragonhead. I will see that you are afforded every courtesy as a guest of House Fortemps. Hey. Ding. As you have doubtless realized by now, the high houses of Ishgard, House Fortemps included, are either unwilling or unable to offer you formal assistance in your search. However, that does not mean that there are not influential individuals within each house who are sympathetic to your cause. I shall be sending missives to their various representatives in Ishgard, though I suspect it would be quicker and more efficient if you were to make inquiries of your own. Lady Neen of mine own House Fortemps, who resides here at Camp Dragonhead, rather enjoys the company of travellers. There is also Cravelin of House Hallianart, who can be found at Skyfire Locks, though any information you pry from the scribe may prove difficult to pass. Have you spoken with the chief astrologian of House Durandare yet? Really? Perhaps he'll be more accommodating once I inform him that you are a friend of House Fortemps. Do not concern yourself with House Zamiel. I shall contact them myself. Seek the counsel of the three I mentioned and return to me when finished. The issue I have with Dragonhead is quite a lot of these buildings are able to be entered, but it's not clear which ones. Why, hello, good madam. What's that? An airship, you say? I hate to disappoint you, but I know nothing of what you seek. Likely no one of House Four Temps does, for if they did, I would definitely know as well. The topic on everyone's lips these days is what will become of young Lord Francel. Some say the allegations are long overdue, given how many members of House Hallinat have been found guilty of heresy in recent days. Doesn't that strike you as odd, that loads of them have been found in a short period of time? Just saying. If I was a politician, political espionage and subterfuge, kind of their bread and butter. Alone, grant me strength. There must be some way to... Oh, who are you? Friend of Lord Harshafont? I want to help you, I truly do, but these accusations of heresy have thrown House Hallinat into chaos. Right now, we must focus on combating these charges and preserving our reputation. Thanks for nothing. And now I need to speak to the fucking astrologian guy again, right? Yeah. And round we go. I gather you've been busy since last we spoke. Lord Harshafont's missive was positively glowing, but if you think that his endorsement is cause for me to disregard Ishgardian policies, then you're sorely mistaken. We are at war, madam, and the enemy grows bolder by the day. Why, in the short time since Inquisitor Guilliam arrived in Kurthus, countless heretics have been discovered, even among the elite of Ishgardian society. If Lord Harshafont wishes to waste his days chasing after a long-lost airship, then that is his choice. But if he expects others to share in his folly, then he is truly blind to the present state of affairs. Well, thanks for nothing, the lot of you. Look at that fat ass run. By your countenance, I take it you did not learn anything of use. Nor did I fear. It seems the whole of Kurthus is consumed by this talk of heretics in the high houses. We can only hope that my sources in Ishgard provide more pertinent information. I had another personal request to make of you. It concerns Lord Francel, of whom much has been whispered in recent days. I've received a report that he and 3 knights were seen heading north towards the Steel Vigil. The outpost was long ago overrun by the Dravanian horde, so I'm not certain what he intends to accomplish with such a small force. Whatever his motives, I fear for his safety. Pray, journey to the Steel Vigil and see if Lord Francel's party requires assistance. I thought Steel Vigil was like a level 41 dungeon. Ah, it might be a lower level, but then when your level sinks down, it becomes that. But I need to start doing quests as Lancer. Oh, okay, no. That's Stone Vigil, not Steel Vigil. Hey, I need to kill these. Murder. Ooh, and food. Okay. Right, well that means that the webcam is going to be going off for a bit. And let me just... Okay, I need to kill more things and stuff. And try and multitask by killing things and eating. Which can only go well, right? Where's another one? To be fair, how many do I need to kill? Only 4. Okay, last one. Yeah. Hey, Franzel. Who goes there? After? No, stay back. The fiend is still here. What fiend? Oh. Oh, that's a big fucker. Got him. Oh, wait, I don't need to talk to you. I'm here to save your ass. And yours. Weak. Alright. What you got for me? It was a foolish thing to do, I know, but I'd hoped we might demonstrate our devotion by slaying a number of the Scalekin. Moreover, it was House Hallionart that yielded the stone vigil to the Horde many years ago. One might say that our defeat here heralded the slow decline of our house's once great name. We've been brought even lower by these despicable accusations of heresy, and despite my best efforts, I have done naught to improve the situation. The day of my trial approaches. Soon I must accept the judgment of the Inquisitors, whatever it may be. But even should my protestations fall on deaf ears, I will proclaim my innocence to my dying breath. Good for you. One second. Okay. We need to head back to Dragon Point, huh? Dragon Head. Whatever the fuck it is. It might be harder than I thought to eat whilst playing a game. What did you find at the Steel Vigil? Ah, I see. Reckless plan, but at least it did not cost him and his knights their lives. I have news for you as well. A witness to the final flight of the Enterprise has been found. Alas, there is a complication. It has become common knowledge that you paid a visit to Lord Franzel at Skyfire Locks not long ago. Upon learning of this, the witness became understandably reticent to make your acquaintance, for fears of being seen in the company of a woman who might later be declared a heretic. A not unreasonable fear, given the zeal with which Inquisitor Guilliam has conducted his investigations. In any case, if we wish to obtain his testimony, we must first clear Lord Francel's name, and by association, yours. I don't know if that's going to be any better, but it's another weapon. Shit! I misclicked. So it was found in a locked chest labelled as a property of Lord Frampton. If the rosary was not his, then someone else with access must have planted it. Here is what you must do. Return to Skyfire Locks and speak with Reichman. He works closely with the porters who ferry goods across Kurthus, so he may have some inkling of who could be responsible. The thing is that we knew that they had tried to get into the chest. So what if they had gotten into it, but they just put the thing in it and locked it up? That doesn't seem that crazy of a thing to imagine someone doing. I don't care, I'm eating food. Everything else can wait. Though if more of those ornery sheep fucks could spawn, that'd be great. Yeah, I didn't think it was going to be better than this gear. It was there, so I may as well have killed them. It'll help me make sure that Lancer stays within the experience bracket to benefit from the MSQ. Well, not here. Eh? Someone's tampering with shipments. Fury, strike me down. If all of them rosaries found in our people's possessions were planted. Hey now, don't give me that look, lass. I'm a House Hallionart man through and through. This heresy nonsense is bad for me and my family, too. I ain't saying the porters that were bringing the shipments did it, though. I know most of them work the trade routes, and I've never have cause to question their faith. If it wasn't them neither, then your guess is as good as mine. After all, every shipment is thoroughly inspected before it. Could it have been the fellas that were responsible for the inspections? Huh, Ishgardian knights and inquisitors, the lot of them. As if they'd ever turn their cloaks. Reckon that means the porters are your most likely suspects. Hate to think it, but maybe you should question them. There's a crew coming to Camp Dragonhead from Whitebrim Front this eve. You might consider having a word with them. Okay. Okay, that's all the kebab meat gone. Probably safe for me to put my my webcam back on now. Because you won't see me just like with a long bit of doner kebab. Beg your pardon? You suspect that we porters have been planting draconian rosaries in House Hellion shipments? What nerve! If you truly believe such nonsense, search our parcels and see what you find. Are we finished? If so, I would appreciate an apology. But that's impossible. Once the knight at Whitebrim Front concluded her inspection, I loaded the parcels into the wagon myself. And if I had been the culprit, I would have never allowed you to search my shipments. Say what you will to Lord Horshafon, I will not be held accountable for this. Did something happen outside? I thought I heard shouting. But more importantly, what did Reichman have to say? More draconian rosaries? In every single parcel bound for Skyfire locks? That beggars belief. Even the Inquisitors must acknowledge that this is no more than a crass attempt to sully House Hallionart's reputation. Whoever is responsible has overplayed his hand. And praise Halone that he did. Lord Francel's trial is upon us, and we must act now if we are to clear his name. From the very first, I knew it could not be that so many members of House Hallionart were heretics. At last, we can give the lie to these poisonous allegations and put an end to this travesty. I will need to prepare a formal statement regarding these developments for the Holy See. In the meantime, I would have you bear my words to Inquisitor Bridgie. Tell her that House Fortemps asks, nay, demands that Lord Francel's trial be postponed until a full investigation has been conducted. Why are you sending the outsider for that? Surely that should be something done by a respected member of your staff. What is it, my child? Huh? Lord Horshafont would have the Inquisitors do what? But that is not possible. Inquisitor Guilliam presides over Lord Francel's trial at Witchdrop even as we speak. Fear not. If Lord Francel is indeed innocent, he shall walk in Halone's halls with the fallen heroes of Ishgard. That makes it sound like you're going to kill him, but it'll be fine because he'll go to heaven. They have taken Lord Francel to Witchdrop? This is madness. The Inquisitor does not have sufficient grounds to subject him to that manner of trial. I will not stand idly by and allow an innocent man to die. After, I would dispatch you and one of my knights to Witchdrop to forestall the proceedings until such time as I am able to join you and petition Inquisitor Guilliam in person. I will endeavour not to keep you waiting too long. Do whatever you must to keep Lord Francel safe. You're gonna suffer, but be happy about it, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of parallels here to, like the Salem witch trials and McCarthyism and all of that shit. Which one am I supposed to do? Jesus. Hail after. As you can see, Lord Francel yet lives. We must try to reason with the Inquisitor, but if his guards judge us a threat, we must also be prepared to defend ourselves. Okay. I've got my chips, I'm fine, let's go. Jocelyn Charlemagne Francel de Hulianart. You stand accused of heresy against the Holy See of Ithgard. Is there aught you wish to say in your defense? Hear me, brothers. These charges are false. The men and women of my line have ever approached the Duranians, and I am no different. Since the very birth of our nation, we have gladly shed blood in service to the Holy See. Condemn me, and you will strike a blow for the enemies of Ishgard. It is for Halone to judge if you speak the truth. Prove your innocence in the eyes of gods and men. Leap from the cliff and entrust your fate to the Fury. The righteous shall take their place in Halone's halls, while the wicked shall reveal their draken forms and be put to the sword. It is legitimately witch trial. Drown them in a lake. If they drown, they were innocent. If they float, they're a witch. In the name of House Fortemps, I beseech you, stay your hand. Inquisitor, we are come on behalf of Lord Harshafont. My lord has uncovered evidence which suggests that the charges against Lord Francel are without merit. We humbly request that these proceedings be suspended until such time as a full re-examination of the facts has been conducted. Lord Harshafont has allowed his personal relationship with the accused to cloud his judgment. That he should harbour private doubts I might have allowed, but that he would dare interfere in legal proceedings sanctioned by the Holy See, I cannot. To defy the will of an Inquisitor is to commit heresy, a crime for which there is but one punishment. We must hold them until Lord Harshafont arrives. And remember, no harm can come to the Inquisitor. This guy's a dick. Alderic the Unyielding. Oh, hey, look, he's here. Ishgardian scum. Wait, what? I can't hurt that. Okay. Don't attack the wizard. Do you mind terribly just dying? Oh. Which was all Tariq. It is not our intention to defy the will of the Archbishop, but this trial, like many others I fear, has been orchestrated by enemies of House Hallianart. They have used you and your fellows to sow discord, Inquisitor, to set brother against brother, that we may tear ourselves apart. The fevered imaginings of a desperate man. What proof have you of this? By the fury, a draconian rosary! Then the knight who refused to yield, it was he who summoned the wyvern. Heretic in the ranks of the Temple Knights. This has grave implications. Your claims would appear to have merit, Lord Horchefant. I shall withdraw my charges against Lord Francel, pending further investigation. I trust you have not lost sight of that which first brought you to Kurthus. Pray, locate your errant airship and use this. Lord Horchefant, I have not the words to express my gratitude, but why would you risk your reputation to save mine? Because I know you, boy. You're too loyal to betray Ishgard and too devout to question your sentence. Had we been any slower, you'd have jumped off your own free will. I would have done whatever it took to redeem House Hallianart. Praise alone, it did not come to that, but it profits us little to dwell on what might have been. Let us quit this place. Pray, visit me at Camp Dragonhead once you have recuperated. Drama! Oh, hey. Okay. I'm gonna call that enough chips for now. Neff won a darts competition with her work crew. Proud. Okay. I need to kill one more. One right there. That'll work. And then this is going to get my Lancer up to 39. But we'll continue doing Lancer. You just realised you're level 38 on Conjurer and went, ah, shit, you should do the next class quest. You haven't even done the level 10 one. Yeah, that seems about right. I remember, I swear that you got a unicorn mount. Oh, okay. It is a Conjurer specific mount, but it isn't one of the class quests. It's a quest that you get that you can only do if you're a level 30 Conjurer. Okay. Yeah, you can do there's a quest in Gridania that you can only do. It's a level 30 country. That'll give you a unicorn mount. But yeah, the what is it that you get? What is it that you get for doing the quest? I think you get heal 2 from one of them. And it might be Asuna. No. What is it that you get? I don't think you get one at level 15. But I think you get Cure 2 from the level 30 quest. You got that quest as a white mage, but you couldn't heal the unicorn because you had to do like 100 hard dungeons or something like. What? I do not remember that being any kind of a requirement. I remember it just being you had to heal it. It's just that you have to be a conjurer and not a white mage. See, I don't know what you're on about there. There's an achievement for doing 100 high-level dungeons as each class. But that's different. You look well after. May I say what a pleasure it was to fight alongside such a fearless and skillful warrior. Were it not for you, Lord Francel would surely have died defending the honour of his house, and I might well have perished at the hands of a heretic and his wyvern. House Fortemps and House Hallionart shall never forget your service. Now, let us return to the matter of your missing enterprise. Shit. Didn't mean to do that. Oh, and yeah, that didn't give me enough because I need to... Okay. It's fine. This will still give us enough experience. The man with knowledge of the Enterprise awaits you outside. I pray his information proves useful to you. Yeah, I don't believe that there was ever a requirement for you to do 100 dungeons for that quest. How quickly the commoners' opinions change. They say Lord Francel is innocent now, but just a few days prior. Anyway, you were inquiring as to the whereabouts of an airship last seen in Kurthus several days before the Calamity, yes? Well, it so happens that I was monitoring the night sky at the observatorium during that period. I recall that a small vessel came from the direction of Gridania and landed near the Stone Vigil in the far northwest. The garrison almost certainly seized the vessel and brought it within their walls. If so, then you would need an army of knights to have any hope of securing it. Though Lord Horshaphon is, from all indications, quite fond of you, so perhaps he can lend you a few? In any case, I have done my part. I shall pray for your success, friend. Oh, so you've at last located the Enterprise. I believe congratulations are in order. The Stone Vigil. Ah, perhaps I spoke too soon. The outpost has been held by the dragons for years, and all access is restricted by decree of House Durandare. I will write a letter to Lord Drillmont of Whitebrim Font and request that he grant you permission to enter. That said, I fear my influence alone will not suffice, so I suggest you request Lord Francel do the same. Now that your business in Camp Dragonhead is concluded, I suspect we may not meet again for some time. I wish you well in your journeys after. May Helone guide you. Well, if we can get to Stone Vigil, I can do a Stone Vigil run, and that then be where we call it for the day, maybe? Wonderful to see you again, Arthur. If there is anything I can do to repay you, name it. So the airship you seek is likely inside the Stone Vigil. Shames me to say that it too was once an outpost held by House Halionar. In the chaos that followed the calamity, the Dravanian horde caught us unawares. The fiends have held the outpost ever since. As we lack the strength of arms to retake the Stone Vigil, House Durandare instead has been charged with the duty. Given that, I doubt that my words will carry much weight with Lord Drillmont. Nevertheless, I shall write you your letter. Before you depart, a word of caution. The cravens who attempted to destroy House Halionar have yet to be unmasked. Though their plans were foiled, they doubtless still harbour great hatred towards us, and towards you now as well. So, my plan is... to unlock Stone Vigil as a Lancer to get some experience, which should get us up to 39.5 quite easily. And then to actually do Stone Vigil as Ninja. Although I may not be able to do it as a Ninja because of queue times. I could use the experience on my Ninja level. Oh, that'll help. I know that I'm getting fuck all experience for Chimkin Tendies, but I need the experience. I need to get Chimkin Tendies leveled up. There we go. Nice. So yeah, we'll turn this in as the Lancer. The only reason why I don't want to do the dungeon as Lancer is that as Lancer and not Dragoon, I don't have all of the abilities, and you know, we don't even have the level 15 job class quest ability to do a ranged attack. And you know, that's kind of useful to have when you want to run dungeons. Yeah. You desire an audience with Lord Drillmont, do you? Huh, I desire a night in a warm bed with my wife, but wishing won't make it so. What do we have here? Letters from Lord Horchefont and Francel, is it? A likely... Oh, you're serious. Huh. What to do? What to do? Your timing could not have been worse, Traveller. Lord Drillmont's attentions are focused solely on the Stone Vigil at present. In any case, it's not my responsibility to escort visitors. Take your letters and show them to Sir Alboys. Yeah, Sir Alboys can surely accommodate you. Seek her in the storeroom on the opposite side of the yard. Hello. Hello. Oh. Oh, are you up? Hey, Sid. What the fuck? How did... Huh? What are you doing here? Where the fuck is this bitch? Oh. Yeah, that'd do it. So Brunadier bade you speak with me, did he? I know not why I presumed I would be in a better position to help, but I assure you that he is mistaken. Lord Drillmont hasn't the time to spend speaking with low-ranking knights such as I. However, he always has a moment to spare for head Chirurgian Astidian. Why not visit the infirmary upstairs and show your letters to him? Are you here to visit a patient? What's this? Letters of introduction from House Fortemps and Hallionar. With documents such as these, you needn't seek an escort. Pray, proceed to the barracks and speak with Sir Goudanu. He should know Lord Drillmont's current whereabouts. These fucking Ishgardians. What reason have you for barging into... Oh, I see. Well, you're in luck. Lord Drillmont is just up these stairs. Letters or no, though, I would not expect much. House Durandare as a whole does not hold adventurers in high regard. You'd best state your intentions quickly and succinctly. Show proper respect, and it shall be returned in kind. So Goudanu permitted your passage. Very well. Speak. You wish to brave a ruined outpost filled with scalekin to secure an airship that may or may not be there. Are you the avatar of the Fury herself? Hey, you two. We are the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, Lord Drillmont. You know our name, and you know our deeds. We are come to Kurthus to slay Garuda, Lady of the Vortex. To that end, we seek the Enterprise, the airship of Master Sid Nan Garlond, who stands before you now. Master Garlond, you're alive? But that's impossible. Indeed it is, my lord. Do not be deceived by their honeyed words. These foreigners are not to be trusted. At this critical moment in Ishgardian history, as House Durandare marshals its forces to retake the Stone Vigil, who should appear in Whitebrim front but three mysterious strangers? Sid Garlond, missing and presumed dead since before the Calamity, and two Scions of the Seventh Dawn, a defunct band of misfits recently exterminated by the Empire. The lesser houses may have been duped by these grandiose lies, but I should hope that House Durandare would have greater sense. I know not why these three seek the Stone Vigil, but I know that we cannot permit them to pass. Thank you for your counsel, Inquisitor. For a moment, I nearly believed this mummer's farce. You three will not enter the outpost until we have reclaimed it, and until you declare your true intentions as well. It could be moons before House Durandare purges the dragon from the Stone Vigil. We cannot afford to wait that long. Sid, after. We must do whatever it takes to earn Lord Drillmont's trust, understood? How about I stick him with the pointy end of my spear? Surely that'll help. Who am I supposed to be speaking to right now? Ah, you. You the last responsible for that commotion upstairs. Aye, word travels fast in Whitebrim Front. I gather you still wish to change Lord Drummont's mind? There's one thing I've learned about the man in my time here. It's that he listens to and respects the opinions of those under his command. Win over the barracks and he's sure to take notice. How, you ask? That's easy. Serve the poor souls decent fare for a change. The last few supply shipments contain no meat whatsoever, and the knights are rightfully beginning to complain. I'm thinking we could prepare them steaks using mud puppy tail meat. 'Twouldn't be a quality meal, 'tis true, but it'd be a damn sight better than nothing. If you'd a mind to lend a hand, why not await a lurking mud puppy in Danifin's Pass, and take this bottle of vinegar. Locals say it weakens mud puppies by clogging their mucus glands, drying their skin. Chinchilla. Okay. The experience that I'm getting has started to cut things a little bit close, huh? Oh yeah, by the way, Naruto run and flip. As far as I've seen, it is the only class that has different movement animations for like jumping and running. Well, only whilst unsheathed. But Ninja also has increased movement speed. Okay, I probably should actually weaken it, huh? There we go. I don't need to pick up the meat, right? Sweet. Sweet! I don't have anything new for that, with it being leveled up. Sweet. Okay. Saying sweet a lot right now, apparently. Cool. Neat. Wizard! I say that's jolly good. Jolly good game of cricket, old chap. My bombs must be freezing. Hold on. Wait, no. I can get there. Yeah. Yeah. Take my tail, me. It didn't work, did it? I thought it was an idiotic idea. Oh dear, remind me to never wander near mud puppy spawning grounds without a bottle of vinegar. Anyway, this should only take a moment. I'll just need to do this, and voila! Never seen a man cook steaks that fast, have you? Take these 3 and distribute them to the hungry knights here, and up above. You there, lass! Don't think I didn't see you and the cook conspiring together. Let me make myself perfectly clear. If you wish to buy my trust with a steak, it would be my pleasure to oblige you. Oh, yes, yes, I feel invigorated, refreshed, as if I have the strength of 10 men and their wits besides. Aye, I should have no trouble concocting a new reason to refrain from sentry duty. We ought at least receive a hearty meal before we march off to die in this godforsaken waste. Is that a fresh-cooked steak? Alone's blessings be upon you, my friend. Mud puppy meat or no, it's the most delicious food I've had in a fortnight. Ever must we train to maintain our skill at arms, yet never are we to receive proper sustenance. You are a godsend, my friend. Too few appreciate the house Durandare must do more than its fair share for the sake of Ishgard. It was wonderful to see everyone in such high spirits. Amazing what good food can do for morale, eh? But I've forgotten about the hard-working chirurgeons at the infirmary. So rarely do they take their meals here in the hall. Mind taking this steak to Sonota? She's doubtless so preoccupied with the health of her patients that she's neglected to attend to her own. Beg your pardon, madam, but I'm busy attending to this man. I'll be with you in a moment. Is that? Come to think of it, it's been quite a while since I last ate. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to have a nibble. Oh my, this is fantastic. Thank you so much. I'll eat the rest right away. Doesn't really matter which one I take, I am constantly forgetting to eat. Okay, well if that's now level 40, I need to do it on Ninja. Might I have a word with you after? It concerns the chirurgeons. After speaking with them earlier, I learned that they lack sufficient alembics for their needs. You see, so I used some of their broken equipment to craft a more advanced alembic, both as a gesture of goodwill and as a means to help me recover my memories, since working with my hands kindles familiar feelings. All I require to complete the device are the cores of 3 ice spirits. Though commonly used to reduce the temperature of alchemical mixtures, there is a way to alter their properties so that they draw the cold within, rather than radiate it without. It must sound ridiculous to you, impossible even, yet somehow I know it will work. Because you are the finest engineer that there has ever been in Eorzea. Or some shit. Hello. I'm afraid you must die now. The easiest one to access, probably this one. Oh no, I'm gonna have to kill something else too? Whatever will I do? Fucking murder it. Whatever. Here you go, Sid. Have you obtained the cores? If so, please show them to me. What an amazing device! But is it truly an Alemnic, sir? I've never seen its like before. I too am unsure what to make of this machine. While certainly impressive, I've no idea how to make use of it. Nevertheless, if it is as effective as he claims, it will be a great boon to the infirmary. Think of the medicines we could create, the lives we could save. Even so, I wonder. Where thee the kindly stranger, bearer of gifts wondrous and strange, for his generosity comes at a cost. Their earnest efforts are but a mean to an as yet unknown end. Moreover, you should be wary of associating with individuals who have interfered with the questioning of a suspected heretic. They did what? Bless you, Inquisitor, for coming along when you did. We almost succumbed to the temptations proffered by these unbelievers. You're just a fucking cunt, aren't you? Why does that man detest us so? Is it all because we interrupted Lord Francel's trial? Whatever his reasons, he clearly means to oppose us at every turn. Shit. Okay. Before we can persuade Lord Drillmont to help us, it seems we must convince Inquisitor Guilliam that we are not his enemy. But just how might we go about doing that? We know little and less about the good Inquisitor, despite him being such a prominent figure in Curthus. Perhaps we could learn more by speaking with the people of Whitebrim Front. Share your findings with Alphino in the square. I'm sure you can formulate a strategy from there. Inquisitor Guilliam? Yes, of course, I know of him. Alas, I've not seen him since the day he came to Whitebrim Front, several moons ago. My memory is somewhat muddled, but I recall that a blizzard nearly buried us in snow that day, and I had the ill fortune of being assigned to the Night's Watch. While the stronghold slept, we walked the walls and patrolled the exterior in a darkness black as pitch. My route took me outside the eastern gate at one point, where I caught sight of a silhouette illuminated by the light of the city. Thinking it was a wayward traveller, I cried out and gave chase, but slipped and took a terrible fall. When I awoke, it was days later in this very bed, where I have lain recuperating from my injuries ever since. I had tried to rescue him, but in the end Inquisitor Guilliam rescued me, carrying my unconscious body to the gates. I owe him my life, madam, and I hope to one day repay his kindness. I don't trust it. Inquisitor Guilliam, I haven't the foggiest of whom you speak, unbeliever. Aye, we've learned of your deeds at Witchdrop. I'll not be party to whatever dastardly scheme you've hatched against the Inquisitor. Away with you. So you just blindly trust him because he is related to your religion. That's never gone poorly. Under Inquisitor Guilliam's watchful gaze, unprecedented numbers of heretics have been unmasked and brought to justice. They say he goes days without sleep, so great is his devotion. Blessed are we to have such a goodly, righteous man to protect us. Yaha. Not at all suspicious that the numbers only went up since he arrived. The Holy See has decreed that the Inquisitors are the arbiters of Halone's will. They are to be afforded every courtesy and the utmost respect. A likely story. I will need to level up the ninja a bit. In case you haven't yet to notice, my attire is ill-suited to this climate. I realised it soon after our arrival, but paid it no mind, as I had hoped we might find the Enterprise far faster. Instead, we've wasted far too much time meddling in local affairs. Never mind. Our journey is almost at an end. All that remains is to deal with this irksome Inquisitor. Sid tells me you've been busy making inquiries, yes? Huh. It should come as no surprise that he is held in high regard. Even so, I'm beginning to suspect he has other reasons for hindering us now. Let us more closely review the testimonials you obtained. Mayhap they will provide insight into Inquisitor William's motivations. Something troubles me about that wounded knight's account. He claims he fell chasing a figure in the darkness when he saw outside the eastern gate. Yes, but the main road leads to the southwestern gate. Since we've arrived in Whitebrim Front, I've seen no travellers arrive by the eastern gate. Moreover, he said he glimpsed a silhouette illuminated by the light of the city, which would imply that the Inquisitor came from north on the eastern gate, not south. But it cannot be so. That way lies naught but a deep chasm. Assuming Sir Jolette was not misremembering, the Inquisitor's behaviour that might make absolutely no sense, at least to me. Mayhap retracing his steps will shed light on this mystery. I mean, he would have come from Stone Vigil. That would be my presumption. Can I go down there? Woohoo! Dargon. Dead Dargon. I love how I'm on level 40 quests, and yet the enemies are 6 levels lower. Oh, 'tis the real Inquisitor! What the fuck? Oh. 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 I was inside it. Right, I need about 40k experience before I can turn this quest in. That's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. Alright. I guess we've got to do some fates. It's about the only thing that I can do short of a dungeon. we can probably catch those two, which I reckon will give us maybe 20k. Worst case scenario, I can kill about 40 enemies. And it would also give me the experience I need. Be a big help for leveling up Chimkin Tendies. Ooh, yeah, that's a lot of experience for Chimkin Tendies. Just two ninjas and a chocobo. 5 feet apart because they're not gay. Ding. Ding. Sweet, so I only had to do the one fate in the end. This is by no means a defensive weakness. Hi, guys. Good walls. Good walls. You found something, didn't you? Well, don't keep me waiting in suspense. Let's see it. Given the contents of this encyclical, I believe you've just made the acquaintance of the real Inquisitor Guilliam. Newly come to Curthis and murdered on the day of his arrival. Yeah, it would have been a simple thing to assume his identity, for even if he were to behave oddly, who would dare question the wisdom of a papal appointment? Still, while this is an incontrovertible proof that the Inquisitor is an impostor, we have yet to discern his true identity, or why he's decided to oppose us. We must proceed quickly, before he learns that his deception has been discovered. Yeah, no, that's still not better. Okay, that's fine. Since Lord Drillmont has already been turned against us, I fear that this encyclical alone will not serve to convince him of our claims. But what might persuade a man so quick to disregard the endorsements of two high houses? The cook did say that the Lord listens to and respects the opinions of his knights. If a certain knight were to provide testimony that supports our claim, mayhap that is the only way left to us. Confront Sir Jolet with the evidence you've discovered and see if it helps him recall the truth of that night. As a man of faith, he may find it difficult to cope with such a horrifying revelation. Nonetheless, we must do everything within our power to secure the Enterprise. This is a long-ass set of quests to find a fucking airship that I'm pretty sure we've already seen. Oh, you've returned. Is there something else that you wanted to ask? The Inquisitor is an imposter? Don't be preposterous. That could not possibly be true. He's a paragon of virtue, a dedicated servant of the Fury. You would have me believe that is all a lie? If you're so certain that your ludicrous story is true, then go and speak with Sir Prunilla. She was at the Eastern Gate that night, and she helped the Inquisitor carry me here. But I will never speak against the man who saved my life. Aha. You! I do not believe I know you, madam. Pray, move along and trouble me no more. Are you in the habit of handing bloody documents to strangers? Why would you show me such a dreadful thing? I know naught of it. Not at all. Doubt. Doubt. You know, don't you? Fury take me. I prayed this day would come. When Sir Jolet gave chase, I followed close behind. He didn't fall. One of those Dravanian abominations lashed out at him. Nearly killed him right then and there. I drew my sword and rushed to his side, straining to see the enemy. But what came from the dark was not a beast, but a voice. He knew things about me. About my family. Secrets I had never told another. He said that if I kept his confidence, Sir Jolet and I would be spared. But if I defied him, everyone I loved would suffer unimaginable horrors before they died. When at last I agreed to his terms, the man came forward. His robes marked him as an inquisitor, but I knew him to be false. Together, we carried Sir Jolet to the infirmary. And on his first night in Whitebrim Front, Inquisitor William was heralded as a hero. Soon after came the accusations. Countless men and women of good moral standing seized while in possession of draconian rosaries. As I feared, he was condemning the innocent to death. I wanted to confess to Lord Drillman, wanted to put an end to the madness. But then I would remember the Inquisitor's threats, and so I did nothing until Lord Francel was accused. Some time ago I followed the Inquisitor and found that he kept draconian rosaries in a chest, hidden southeast of Whitebrim Front. So I took several from his chest, and planted them in shipments bound for Skyfire locks. As I hoped, they were discovered and considered evidence of a conspiracy against House Helionart, thus exonerating Lord Francel and casting doubt on the other recent trials. That's the entire truth, I swear. Alone forgive me for not acting sooner. Apparently there's an S rank. Which is where you normally fight Behemoth as part of a fate, a special fate. As much as I could go for it, I have other concerns right now. I also don't really have anything left to buy, except maybe some accessories. Although of course I can get more Aetheryte tickets, but I'm also not about to run out of those for a hot minute, so there's no particular rush. Did I crack at the 11 trailer? Peek at the 11 trailer. Oh, Elden trailer. No, I'm aware that the trailer has dropped for Shadows of the Erdtree, but no, I've not looked at it. Why did you persist in this folly? I will not grant you 3 access to the Stone Vigil. Do not make me repeat myself. There'd better be a very good explanation for why you were carrying these rosaries. And where did you find this papal encyclical? Fury, take me, the Inquisitor is a heretic? Never before have I heard such an unbelievable tale, but this evidence in your testimony could have no other explanation. I have misjudged you and your friends, and for that I deeply apologize. I will permit you to enter the outpost, but first I must needs beg your assistance. Help me and my knights bring this infernal impostor to justice. Okay.
Okay, let me know if there's anything else I can help with.
Shut the fuck up. That thrice-damned heretic has murdered countless innocents and made a mockery of our laws. Hells take him and his Dravanian allies. I am told he makes for Snowcloak even now, intending to pass judgment upon yet another poor soul whom he has brandished heretic. If we hurry, there may still be time to prevent further tragedy. Lend me your strength after. Together, let us put an end to this impostor's heresy once and for all. Oh, right. Yeah, Snowcloak is before Stone Vigil. In that case, let's do Snowcloak and then end it, because Stone Vigil might actually be even higher level than I remember. It might be like 44 or 47 even. I know that it's high enough that it's where most people don't have good enough gear. Is this game real on Xbox? They are currently trialing or in an open beta on Xbox. Yes. It's not fully available on Xbox yet, as far as I understand, but I also don't play Xbox. So I don't know. Oh, that might be part of why I'm having a hard time. I should really start using better potions. But that's what mitts are for. And yes, even DPSs have mitts. That's what arm's length and faint or puddle are. Is it fuddle or is it addle? I forget. Anyway, we're just gonna let our health regen quickly. And back into it. I feel like Snowcloak is a level 41 dungeon. But that might not be correct. It might be 40 on the dot. Well, Well, there's not any fates nearby, so I guess let's hope that it's 40. I love how I have somehow managed to keep them at remarkably similar, like, percentages of level. Sometimes there's a behemoth here. And if you see it, you should let other people know. Because it's a fate that doesn't appear on the big map. It only shows up on your mini-map if you're close enough to it. And if you pass the first fate, it then proceeds to a second fate. If you win that one, you get items that can be traded for unique things. Good to have you with us, miss. When Lord Drillmont arrives, we are to confront the Inquisitor. If he refuses to go quietly, we will need to use force. Are you prepared for that eventuality? Let's do it. You needn't tremble so, my child. The righteous shall enjoy everlasting peace in Halone's halls. Only the wicked. But why? Why must I die? By all that is holy, I swear to you that I have never questioned the teachings of Halone. Inquisitor, release the maid and come with us. My Lord Drillmont, what is the meaning of this interruption? You are aware that I am presently conducting an interrogation, are you not? Silence, villain. I name thee heretic, murderer of Inquisitor Guilliam and countless innocents. You are a traitor to Ishgard, to your own kith and kin. Your sins are beyond measure, beyond redemption. Ah, grave allegations indeed, but you will find your logic is flawed. How can I betray that which I owe no allegiance? No, Lord Drillmont. My conscience is quite clear, I assure you. I wonder, can you say the same? You, whose hands are black with the blood of those whose only sin was to question your nation's crazed crusade. You speak to me of Ishgardian innocence. Ha! All are complicit in these crimes, for all live their lives by the Archbishop's lies. But I know you will not hear me. Deafened by dogma as you are, if you desire retribution, Lord Drillmont, then come. Let us see how Ishgardian steel fares against Dravanian fang and claw. Poke him with the pointy end. You little bitch! You summoned helpers! Oh, and they're up there. Not necessarily the best time to be playing a class that doesn't have an AoE. Although I suppose that if I were a Dragoon, I would have the first AoE, at least if I was on top of my class quests. Oh shit! I'm just gonna keep poking it in the feet. Oh dear God. I should probably just be focusing him down, to be honest, because the instance might end when he's dead. Okay, not quite, but still, it makes it easier. We did it! We did it! My glamour's dispelled. Your plans lie in ruin, heretic. Choose your words wisely, for they will be your last. You may not recall the many Ishgardians I have sentenced, but the families of the dead will never forget. Blood has been repaid with blood, and for that I am content. My only regret is that you yet live. But your end is nigh, foreigner. The dragons within the stone vigil will rend you asunder, and when you are dead, Whitebrim front shall fall. Defiant to the last. Leave the body for the crows. His ilk deserves naught better. After, I must apologize for involving you in this sordid business. You should never have been asked to intervene in Ishgardian affairs of state. Rest assured, I have not forgotten the matter which first brought you into our mists. If it past time that you were reunited with your airship, this is not the place to discuss such matters. Pray, visit me at Whitebrim Front and bring your associates. Okay, so no. I was right originally. It is Stone Vigil and then Snowcloak. Because is Snowcloak a level 50? My brain is turning to mush. Oh look, there's a fishing party going on. Cute. Where have you been? The false Inquisitor has been slain. Yes, well, This was a tale I'll always like to end in bloodshed. Though you have overcome the latest in a long line of unfortunate impediments, I would ask you not to revel in your victory just yet. We can celebrate once we have secured the Enterprise. Chimkin Tendies, fuck off. Oh great, and now it's a level 41 quest. Okay. I'm not quite getting enough experience to level both classes. Yikes. As I'm sure you will agree, it's past time we entered the Stone Vigil. Pay Lord Drillmont a visit and remind him of his obligation to us. Sid and I will follow anon. Okay. Well. Yeah, I need to do some dungeon. Not some dungeon. I need to do some stuff. So for Lancer, I could just kill 10 enemies, which I may as well do as part of this fate. But then I need to complete the fate as Ninja so I can get the experience on Ninja. I swear to God, if I end up getting Lancer up to 50, which I will probably be able to do before we've unlocked Dragoon, that'll be kind of funny. Terrible. Kind of funny. How is Chimkin Tendies looking now? Wow. Even with the bosom buddies. That's not a lot of experience, is it? I mean, it is 300,000. I need 1.4 million. So we're about a fifth of the way there. Yeesh. Alright, I think the next one after this one should get us the level. But that'll also be, I think, the one that is the final one needed for the fate. So we might not be able to switch to Ninja. Yeah, okay. I don't think we got it. Yeah, take on that one. I'm pretty sure that's kill a boss fate, not kill multiple things fate though. Which might be a little difficult. as a ninja without many abilities. But fuck it. I do have Assassinate now, which is basically just a really damaging attack that I can use. It's an off GCD that I can use once every 60 seconds. Alright, we're really not doing too badly, actually. Just gotta remember to pop our mitts, and we'll be alright. Stun, but it doesn't matter because we did it. Oh, not quite enough. Okay. Can probably grab coming to a head. And this will get us up to 41. This will definitely a good solution. I'm getting most of the way there just from killing them. Ooh, I'm probably gonna get hit by that. No, apparently not. I want to end this with Stone Vigil. God knows I've run that dungeon enough to know how to do it. I could probably solo it as warrior, to be honest. Probably, actually, yeah. first boss is very, very easy because it's very mechanic based in its combat. The second one is an actual fight, but the boss doesn't have that much health. And the last one shouldn't be too bad. I mean, I've got level 50 gear on my warrior. If I had all of the job quest actions as well, I'd probably go for it. But because I haven't got any of the job quest ones, it might be a bit risky to try and solo it. We owe you all a great debt of gratitude. Had it not been for you, the heretic masquerading as Inquisitor Guilliam would still be among us, free to prey upon the innocent. I see now that I was a fool to dismiss your claims out of hand, but you must understand, it seemed too much to hope that the scions of the Seventh Dawn still lived, to say nothing of Master Garland. Never have I been happier to be proven wrong. Well, it is gratifying to know that someone has derived a measure of enjoyment from your error. Now, if you have no further objections, we would appreciate it if you would permit us to enter the Stone Vigil and retrieve our airship. Yes, yes, of course. It is the very least I can do, given all that you have done for us. But entering the outpost is the least of your concerns, I fear. You speak of the Dravanians that now hold the ruin. In part, yes. I should explain. Shortly after you first arrived, I had my men scour the old records. They confirmed that an abandoned airship had been seized by the soldiers garrisoned at the Stone Vigil in the days following the calamity. As far as we have been able to ascertain, it was still in their custody when the outpost was overrun by dragons. Whether it was damaged or destroyed during the battle I can't say, nor can I give you any assurances that it has not been removed in the intervening years. For far too long the ruin has served as a Dravanian foothold in Kurthus, from which they have struck out at us with depressing regularity. Though we've pushed them back behind the walls, we have as yet been unable to drive them out, and I cannot say when the situation will change. Or how it will change. Forgive me, Lord Drillmont, but there is no guarantee that you will prevail. In any event, we have not the time to wait. We will secure our property without Ishgard's aid. I see. Well, that may be for the best. I will inform Sir Nethelane of your impending visit. May Halone guide you, scions. I am quite dubious that I'm going to be able to get a party to queue into it with me. Because if it's tanks that are needed, that's a decent sign that there's a lot of DPS queuing for stuff right now. Hail after! Lord Drillmont has appraised me of this situation. You may enter the Stone Vigil whensoever you will. Right, let's see. How bad? Yeah, 6-minute average time isn't that bad, actually. I've already got a tank. Oh yeah, we're just waiting on a healer. Okay. This shouldn't be too bad. doesn't bode very well that I'm at half health. That's really not that good of a potion. Do not have many potions. Jesus. Oh dear God. Don't let me die. Do a better job, Chimkin Pendies. How is this working? Oh, because it's kind of not. It kind of is. That should be enough to survive just long enough. Woo! Woo. You know what, whilst we've got a little bit of time. It needed to come back anyway. It's the best I can just buy. It's a high potion. That kind of suck. Oh, okay, now I can have the mithril. Does that mean that I also will have something better for my Lancer? Probably not. Oh, yay, Jesus, I should definitely have something better than that. Fucking hell. Okay. Are you the weapon one? You are the weapon one. Okay, 41. Jesus Christ. How has that not been replaced sooner? Suppose I've not really done anything to get them, huh? We really just need a healer. Gilded rosewood. Fucking hell. It's actually not that bad to make. I don't know if I have any crab oil. Oh no, apparently I do. Okay. I could craft that then. Do I want to do that now? Not particularly. I'd rather do that off stream. Could be able to make that as well. Do I need to repair anything? Most of my stuff's doing alright. Yeah, most everything's alright. Well then. What class did I queue as? As a ninja. Yeah, good. Just had to double check. Do I have any new titles? No. Okay, we're now on an average waiting time of 9 minutes. Which is to say that they don't know when there's going to be a healer. Okay. Change of plan. And this is why you play a healer. Like, legitimately, that's one of my favorite things about playing as a healer. Is just how quickly a duty will pop. It's rare. Ooh, fuck you, tank. It's rare to have pretty much any wait time as a healer in most of my experience. It kind of depends what you queue for, but in a lot of cases. Okay, so I've done this as White Mage. That's fine by me. I've done this dungeon many times as a White Mage. Albeit quite a lot of them unsynced. It has been a little minute since I last played White, though. Okay. I mean, personally, I would just... We're so early on that you should just revive without weakness. Yep. Okay. This is off to a rocky start. Where are our DPSs? What the hell's going on with that? What? What the fuck is the Dragoon doing? What is this run? Already? I think I always get surprised by how squishy Dark Knights are. At the very least at low level. I've never played Dark Knight for more than like 5 minutes. So don't know what its set looks like. Did the Dragoon kill all of these? There's usually like 3 enemies in this room. tanks love to go around corners, breaking line of sight. I don't know why. But that's something that I've noticed a lot of tanks seem to do on Phantom. Not an issue that I ever had playing on Omega. Alright, well this will be easy, because this boss does a very clear job of telegraphing where it's going to attack, which is stand the fuck behind it. It really is just that easy. You know what, actually, those would be good. Give me those, please. Okay, we're going for the chests. Except you're also not grabbing the chests. Okay. Are you going for the extra experience for killing all the enemies? Okay, and they've run off. We are far enough into dungeons that I should not be just constantly healing. I should be able to be doing some DPS in between. Especially with regen. Okay. Okay. I don't really know. It feels like this tank is taking a lot of damage. Right, they're using Disciple of War gear. They're not using tank gear. That could be part of it. Basically, the Disciple of War is any combat class that doesn't use magic. So it includes tanks. Because hitting something with a sword or an axe isn't magic. But you would expect a tank to have more defensive armor than an archer. Jesus Christ. To be fair, some of the enemies in this dungeon do hit hard. But that's usually later in the dungeon. Like these Avises. Having to keep a very close eye on them. Maybe don't run into the tornadoes of death. I don't need any armor. The weapon will be handy because it'll last for a few levels. Get out of the way of it. They're quite clear to see. Or you could do that. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like I've not seen the Dark Knight use any mids. It might just be because I'm not looking when they've used them, but I feel like I have not seen any mids. Like, look, take this. Take this and wear it. Oh god, oh god, oh god, they're gonna die. There's an extra chest to the left. If they really want to get all the fucking chests. Dear God, his health dropped. I don't know what the fuck just happened. Okay, so they're not going for the chests, because there's no enemies in that room. It's literally just a chest. Don't run to... Oh, you... Fuck. I don't have any shield, and you're not using mitts. Okay, yeah. And I had already used my raise. That's going to be a wipe. That's going to be a wipe. I don't want to die. Don't let me die. I don't want to count the death. Don't let me count the death. Please. Don't make me do it. Don't make me do it. I don't have I don't have benediction for this fight. The summoner won't have raise either, so yeah, that's a death. Yay! Burnbot isn't up. A death because the tank isn't using tank gear. The dragoon ran to the boss. Can't say I blame him. Look, it's the Enterprise. Yes, just beyond that enormous sleeping dragon. The dragon is not our concern. We've come for the airship and only the airship. Thid, you and I will sneak aboard the Enterprise and prepare it for launch. After, you stay here and keep an eye on the beast. If it wakes, we may need you to provide a distraction until we are ready to depart. You can manage that, can't you? That settles it then. Shall we, Sid? As you command. So, you mean to slay Garuda next? Interesting. Most interesting. And you are aware that her strength greatly exceeds that of your previous primal conquests? A testament to the fanatical devotion of her followers. The Ixal are nothing if not zealous. In spite of your past achievements, I labor to believe that you will best this foe. Yet only a fool would underestimate the great bringer of light, slayer of Ifrit, bane of Titan. If any mortal is capable of defeating the Lady of the Vortex, it is you. Win or lose, the battle should at least make for an entertaining spectacle. Assuming, of course, you live that long. Alphanot, the dragon! Confound it all! My party members are probably not too happy at me right now. Let us see how well your blasphemous gifts serve you this time, Crystal Bearer. You can't do anything without the healer. There's a good reason why, too. Like, I really don't want to die again. Like, my gear is getting level synced down, so it's not a gear issue on my part. It's not that I'm not healing enough. It's the tank is taking too much damage because their gear isn't tank gear. but they're running into fights like they've got tank gear, and they're expecting me to purely heal without having said anything. And I swear I have not seen a single nit. Again, I don't know the Dark Knight moveset. Perhaps they don't get nits. But that seems very odd to me. If that's the case. Because they're a tank. Should have nits. Okay, look, there's some nits. Okay, no, they are using them. They do have them. I do believe. Just don't stand in the blue. The blue is bad. Seems like they're taking less damage now. Has the tank done something different? Nope. Don't know. Maybe they're just not taking as much damage from the boss. Stone Vigil can be a difficult dungeon for first timers. But really, it shouldn't have been as difficult as this is made out to be. Which is probably going to come across as me seeming bitchy and blaming all the other party members. Like, no, I should have been playing far more conservatively and focusing on healing when the tank was dying so quickly. I should have adjusted, which is my bad. But the tank also shouldn't be taking that much damage. Ain't no time for heals. Just kill that bee. I'll be very surprised if I get any commendations from this. Because that will have come across as the healer not doing a good job. I will take that for potential glam. Yep, no comms. No comms. Yeah. Watch the cutscenes, let the tank die. No comms as a healer. Is this supposed to be like the crystal of ice? Because it's not like we're fighting Leviathan or Beaver. But we already have the blue one. So I would have assumed that this must be the ice crystal. Are you alright? Speak to me! 12 be praised. I feared the beast had injured you. I see now why the others rated you so highly. When you were caught in the midst of that etheric bubble with the dragon, I was all but certain my next mission would be to find a new champion. Thank the gods for sparing me that inconvenience. I've quite enough to do already. Which reminds me, Sid is working on the Enterprise as we speak. Let us go and see what he has to say. What say you, Sid? Will she fly? Yes, though it will not be a pleasant ride. Well, I dare say it will be no more unpleasant than staying here. 'Tis a pity the Enterprise is not in a better state, but if she will allow us to quit this place, I shall not complain. If we are all in agreement, let us return to Gridania. Though I would like nothing more than to set course for the Howling Eye, it is plain the Enterprise is in no condition to weather the storm. She must needs be repaired if we are to proceed with our mission. This is all so familiar. I know this airship. If I could just... Ah, it's no use. Let's go. Whoop, whoop. How I have longed for the more agreeable climate of the Twelveswood. Yet I will not deny the Holy See had its charms. Endless detours aside, our Ishgardian jaunt proved quite an adventure. Alas, our work is far from done. We will still have an airship to repair and a primal to slay. No rest for the heroic, eh? It calms me to look at her. It is as though I've been reunited with a part of me I never knew was missing. Hardly surprising. You did design and build her. I bear good news. The Seedseers have granted our request to house the Enterprise. We may take as long as we require to repair her. Of course, it would be rank folly to take one moment more than we require. Garuda, lest we forget, grows stronger by the hour. If we are to have any hope of wresting this benighted realm from her talons, it must needs be soon. Though I am no expert on the workings of an airship, it seems plain to me that the Enterprise suffered more from her time in the wilderness. Am I not correct, Sid? You are. Frankly, it's a miracle she carried us this far. As you know, the Howling Eye is encircled by a raging tempest, apt to turn proud trees to matchwood. Our battle will end before it begins if the Enterprise cannot weather the storm. Given time, I believe I can fully repair her. But if this tempest is as fearsome as you say, even that may not be enough. Confound it. There must be a way to brave the fury of the elements. The elements, but of course, that's it. We work upon the element itself. Using the power of a corrupted crystal, we could clear a path through the storm and spare the Enterprise a battering. I see, you propose to utilize the properties of a crystal to alter the elemental aspect of the barrier. It seems so childishly simple in retrospect. Though mayhap not to you after. We speak of the manifestation of over-aspected ether that can be found throughout Eorzea. Since the Calamity disrupted the land's etheric currents, such crystals have become comparatively commonplace, which has been a cause of great woe as they are known to warp etheric energies, including those of living organisms. The point is, we could theoretically use a corrupted crystal to convert the wind-aspected ether comprising Garuda's barrier into ether of another aspect, one she cannot control. With certain modifications, the Enterprise should be able to deliver us to the Howling Eye in comfort, however hard Garuda blows. But we are getting ahead of ourselves. All this rests upon our ability to procure a crystal with the necessary properties. Have you any idea where we might acquire one? No, but I know a man who might, a scholar by the name of Lambertine, who resides in Camp Drybone. Strange as it may sound, I met him during my time at the church. Well, Mark's met him, I suppose. Whether out of pity or for want of a more willing listener, we would talk to me for hours at a time about his etheric studies, corrupted crystals being his pet subject. It was as a result of these conversations that poor Marx was observed to possess an uncommon knack for theoretical science. After, I need you to return to Fanland and seek out this scholar. Sid and I will set about repairing the Enterprise in your absence. Where are Biggs and Wedge? Because this would be the perfect time to incorporate them. But okay, that is going to be where I call it for today, because we've been going for 7 hours. And remember that this was an after work stream. It's 1:45 in the morning, and I have work in 8 hours. Shit. Where am I going? What am I doing? It's fine. But yeah, we'll call it there for today. There will be another stream tomorrow. Again, starting relatively soon after I finish work. But we will be finishing that one sooner than we finish this one. Depending on when Neff gets home from her trip, because I may need to make dinner for us and stuff like that. So, thank you for watching, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Good one. Later.